3, 2, 1. Yo ho everybody, how you all doing? Good to see you. I don't know what's up with my computer. Some of the pictures apparently are just showing up as blank canvases, but I haven't restarted the computer since last week, or possibly the week before. Literally, that computer has been on just doing exactly that, just doing the art. That's all it's been doing. An entire computer just doing that. Any hoozles. Oh, I'm silly. I'm very silly. I am super silly. So, I have gotten a bit more done on my own, but not as much as you it's nothing really to show for it, really. Because if I go to Tango's house, we're gonna see that I've done a few things, but there's not a lot really to show about it. By the way, Preston, Vera, I'm glad you guys are here. It really helps to just have friends pop in consistently. I am surprised at how long you guys have been here, and I super appreciate that. I really have got to say that now before I forget to say that again. But yeah, thank you for being here. I do have to say that this is, if the thing would, move itself. Yeah. There we go. So, I've done a bit of work with, the animation and, Tango's house, because Tango's house is now literally in pieces, because I can now select each and individual blocks of Tango's house. And, it took me a while, but, yeah, I've separated some of the systems, such as, the electrical system, the gear system, and, I've also, where is it? Tear away Tango's house. There's the, if I remove the gear and pulley section, all those pieces disappear, but the mechanical tear apart will pop back in. So these ones are the individual blocks of the gear. They don't actually go anywhere. They stay put. Those are meant to stay put. Let me go to here, because that's not loading for some reason. So yeah, all of this is now individual blocks now, and we are now ready to do the magic of pulling the house apart, because we do have this little doohickey right here that makes it so that the wall just absolutely disappears. Right there. There goes.
Damn it!
So we have that. But I mean, it now needs to happen with all the house, because I have most of the animations that I need for this section here.
Yer, the Langolier pirate is here to set things right and collect the titles.
Whoops. Looks like he swore again. Ha! That'll bring in the DHOA real quick. Sorry, Puka, can't help you. No, we're not actually sorry. So you don't need this dress, huh?
Screw your dress.
Oh, look, there it goes. There goes another one. Look at all of these pretty outfits that we stole for you. Useless. Just because you wanted to get fat.
I'll look how I want to, and I'll eat how I want to. Your clothing attack has no effect on me.
Dad, I am not leaving until I get my payment.
You want your money? Here!
Wow.
Keep the change! Dad? Really? Thanks. I owe you a favor.
Uh-oh. Slips. And then face stab. And then shows the entire house being torn apart. So that's the part that I need to work on, as well as a bunch of other mechanical, a bunch of other magical things and spells that I need to do. Whoa, because this portion of the house, these pieces right here, are actually all needing to disappear, because they're currently just hanging out in the mid-air. So when they get torn apart in this section here, they need to disappear, because they're all just hanging out there. See that right there? It's just hanging out right there, no reason. So I need to send them away more, and I need to have it to be a modular system that I can just be like, hey, go away, all of you. Raw Tango slap. As someone who struggles to do things, I absolutely value any bit of consistency. And try to be that one consistent bit for others. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Unfortunately, I have consistency, and that happens to be consistency for my stocking job. Ever since COVID hit, I have not called off for work. And before COVID, I had not called off for work. I didn't want to call off for work on COVID, but I mean, I didn't actually get it. They just thought I did. They were being super cautious. But yeah, other than that, really, I've never called off for work in 12 years of my job. So consistency in my regards is kind of a burden. Yeah. I need to go into geometry nodes. My favorite task of playing around with noodles and trying to figure out how to get them to work properly. Yeah, so they all need to do their thing, and then once it hits a certain time, it needs to disappear. So I want them to do their current action, and then afterwards, I want them to do something else. So, let's see what we can do about this. Let's turn down our Blender sounds. Yeah, because we don't need to be hearing all of that for right now. We'll just mute that for you guys, and I'll be the only one hearing this. Yeah, you don't need to be hearing that at all. It's just a bunch of... Alright. So how do we want to do this? Right now, the geometry node is taking itself and comparing it to this cube here. So that's where that cube is being portrayed, right there. I'm wondering if we could take that same system and apply it to a size. So like as it gets closer to the origin point, it'll change. Because currently this guy's origin point is right over here. So that's where that guy's origin point is. If I drag you further in, what happens? Some of them go away and some of them do not. Okay. So that's not going to happen. Let's see here. How do we want this to happen? I want to do a scale instances. And I want to apply this to this guy here. So rotate instances, scale instances. And I want this to what we might be able to do. Okay, so that's changing the rotation dependent on this. If we take this system and apply it in here, it might work. But what we want to do, excuse me, woof. What we want to do is get this system in here and just do a 1 to 0, 0 to 1 comparison. So basically, as it gets closer, the object will get smaller. Scale. Alright. So that kind of works. All of them have literally disappeared, which is a good thing. But let's see what happens as we get in closer and see what really happens. Okay, so the parts do fly away, but we do have. Okay, so they're gone. They're gone right now. So we need to do a 0 to 1. Okay, so and then 1 to 0. No. Okay, that doesn't work. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Alright, so... what if we did a reverse doohickey? So, if we had, like, a shape that was close to that, and then just kept the shape there. So let's put in a shape here. We want to put a shape in here. Shift A, mesh cube, and we want to have this cube again be a not inside the renders, and it will be a wireframe inside the visual area. Okay. So we want to scale this guy out a bit. We want to move it about right here. So as it moves away from this position, we want it to shrink. So we'll have this system set up. We'll have this system set up, but for the other cube. That cube right there. Okay. And this cube will be called disappear. And then we want this guy here to move. Moth, how's it going? I got it right this time. I was about to say it. It took mental struggle there. You could hear it in the pause where I said moth. Clark, hello. Welcome on in. I was just like, I'm gonna get it right this time. Dang it! My mind went. Hold on. This is what my mind said. Oh wait, no, you guys can't hear that. So basically, I was just like, hey, it's just like this. Pause.
Long pause. Oh, thanks, Tango. Didn't even hear a thing.
Oh, that's okay, because it has a swear word in it, and that's perfect. I need to eventually bleep out that swear word. It's a long swear.
Long pause.
Alright, so what we want to do is we want to have this thing do some sort of... We want to have it do some sort of shrink as it disappears. Let's go back to here. And we want to... So, what's the problem here is that it's currently taking the faces of the object. And that's a problem because I want it to take the volume of the object, and I'm not sure how I can do that. However, I might be able to do something with it. Okay, step linear. Okay, step linear maybe? Okay, steps 1. Here we go. 0. Okay, so this gets me something. What it's currently doing, I put it on step linear, meaning that as the as it leaves the box's faces, it will disappear, because currently, right now, the faces of this cube, you can't see them, it's kind of a wireframe, but the faces are determining what object disappears and what doesn't. So see how these boxes are really close to the face? Those ones don't disappear, but the things that are immediately away from it are a problem. They don't disappear. So now I need to figure out a system that expands the radius selection of the cube. And then as it leaves that radius, then it immediately goes, bump, it's gone. So I think maybe, nope, not that one. From min, aha, here we go. Okay, so this should expand the radius. Not far enough, though. Okay, so that's expanding the radius. That's what I want. Or do I want to somehow add onto this? Like, if I were to add a something onto this, like if I do a math, vector math onto one of these guys, will that help? This is, I don't know what I'm doing here, but we're giving it a shot. Okay, this I think is just changing the position. Okay, that's just changing the position. What if we multiply the position? Aha! Okay. Okay, so here we go. So now we're multiplying the position, meaning I think we're increasing the radius. So now, as we come in closer with this, this should... Ah, okay. So now it does move, but not far enough away. Okay. So we got something. Not exactly what I'm looking for here, but it's something. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, so now these objects are leaving the area. And they are not disappearing. Okay. From min to max, Oh. Oh. Well, that didn't help me.
Well, that didn't help me whatsoever. Goodness sakes.
Okay. And none of these are disappearing. Okay, so none of these are disappearing because the radius of the cube is not big enough. I don't know. Let's try doing this. No. Okay, so not so much. Zero to 1. Not so much. Okay. I got censored. What? How did you get censored? Censored for what? I don't even see the message. Also, hey, if you really, if you need a really high-pitched voice for anything, let me know. I got you, bestie. Alright. Cool. Currently not for this animation. But I do always like to get just people involved. I can't pay people for voice acting, but I do like just getting people, hey, who wants to be in it? So that's not working properly. Alright. From 1 to 0 to 0 to 1. Okay, let's do 0. And then let's do 1. And then 1. Okay. Step linear. Alrighty. Okay, so all of those are disappearing, not at the time that I want them to. Why are those? Okay, so no. Not so much. Alright. What if we try something else? Okay? I think possibly this may not help me at all. Let's try a completely different system. Let's get rid of this, and this. And let's do a compare. Let's do a compare. And, let's do a vector compare. Okay? This might be better. Let's take the location, and anything greater than 0 changes the scale. And then all right. Oh yeah, that's right. This isn't a completely different Y system. That's right. Okay. No? Okay, well that doesn't do a darn thing. Element-wise, I don't know what that means. What is element-wise? Length, average, dot, direction? Anything greater than this. This one seems to be the only one that's working. Okay. So let's see if we can change some parameters here. Okay. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, I think I have something here. Alright? So currently it's selecting any of these objects that's there. Alright. I think, yes. Alright, so now all of these objects are kind of moving in a sort of direction. Because these guys are disappearing and doing this, but they're not disappearing on a line, per se, because I want them to disappear as they cross a line, and I think this is taking the object from its original position. And I think what I need to do is do some sort of like a sample nearest or something like that. Sample index. Vector. Geometry. Value. And I need to grab its position. And instance. Because, yeah, we were changing the geometry to an instance. Alright. And we want to take whatever this geometry is, and we want to plug that into here, and that will give us a value. Alright, let's set these all to 0. Alright. Alright, I think we have something. Alright, I'm getting some sort of value. Alright. Here we go. Good. Currently, this is taking a value that is anything that's greater than a certain point here. Is coming into being. Okay. Alright, so that's coming into being. I want it to go from 1 to 0. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go. So now... Where'd it go? Interesting. Why did it disappear? Alrighty. Less than. I'm trying to find out why it's not affecting some and affecting others. Greater than or equal to. Because it's only affecting these things out here. Not those. Okay. Okay, that one doesn't work at all. And that one doesn't work at all. But only this one. Interesting. Maybe we don't do a scale. Maybe we don't do some sort of like scale or something like that. What if we just did a selection of objects that disappeared? Like if we did a select or switch. Let's do a switch. And then this one will just be a Boolean on and off. Okay. So whatever it's selecting will turn on. Okay. Okay. I think this is the correct position. All right. Let's try 0 here, and then anything past... No? Okay. That's not going to help me. Oh, well, that helps. Anything greater than... Ooh, what if I did an equal? Okay, here, hold on. What if I did an equal to, and then I put in the location of this guy in terms of relative and put it in an epsilon? Okay, there we go. All right, and then we switch these. No, okay. What? Why is it still not able to do that? Disappear as an instance. Original. Relative. Original. Relative. Okay. That should be the thing that I need, is what is equal to this box in terms of its locale. Location. Scale... No, that doesn't matter. It's relative position. That should be it right there. I mean, other than that, because that should work, or 0. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting proposition. Okay, so what it's doing now is that anything that is not equal to itself from its original position from a certain distance from itself will disappear. So as I increase this, it depends on that object. So now I have a value for how far it has moved from its own original position. Oh. Now that makes a better sense. Okay. And then let's bring this guy down just a little bit more so that these move away. Thank you very much for the follow there. I appreciate that. Who did the following? Sonic the boy. Wow. Sonic the Bow. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Wait, my message. I think it was from earlier. In a certain phrase. Ah. Okay. Hydrate, stretch. Hey, Toa, how's it going? Good day. How's everyone? Doing better now that I've figured out this little puzzle. Going into Blender geometry nodes is kind of difficult, especially when you don't know everything that you're supposed to be doing. But we now have it, because the objects now just disappear. There we go. Okay. Now there's one box that kind of just disappears right there, but I think it's good enough where it's kind of obscured and then it just disappears there. But other than that, you're not going to be able to see what disappears and what doesn't. There we go. So now we have a selection for things that just disappear. Welcome on in, Mama Mandy, coming in with a rate of 4. What were you up to, yo? What were you up to? Let's do an SO so that I can find that out. SO at Mama Mandy. Mama Mandy Moo Raid.
Shout out.
The Fox says to go check out. At Mama Mandy.
Good. AI said it correctly. Good AI. Plant crafter. Plant crafter. I was crafting some plants. Making some plants. I love a good organic shape. Even though I work mainly with Minecraft, I love trying to work with organic shapes. I feel like if I were to screw up in some sort of like organic shape, it's a little bit easier to kind of wash over that. So, alright, we got that section of the house demolished and the parts disappear. Now I need to get all the other parts of the house to just up and disappear. Because at the end of this animation, the whole house needs to be, like, sucked up. So, mechanical bits and all, because we do have those mechanical bits right here. I'm thinking that I need to get some of these guys removed. But honestly, yeah, let's go ahead and get some of these guys removed here. Let's we're fine. We're gonna be seeing it once everything starts to demolish, and that everything starts to demolish at this point. And you really don't see too much of those gears, so we'll just add that as part of the debris that disappears. And it will be a visual inconsistency. A visual inconsistency as it disappears. But that's fine. So I can always go back to obscure that from vision as I render it. And what's more important is that all of this disappears. And what's side-like more important is that some of this stuff needs to be duplicated and fixed. Because go. Alright, so now it's flat. That's where we want it to be. But we need it to be somewhat square, so we need to pull it on up. There we go. Alright, so now it's square. That's where we want it. That's where we want it. Not completely, though. Uh-oh. You are not where I want you to be. Let's move you up. There we go. Right somewhere about there. Alright, now all of these need to have the same copper grating assign. Excuse me, I want you to assign that. Thank you! There we go. Now I can see the mistake that's there, so let's go ahead and fix that. Oof. Uh-oh. What's happening here? Something else is happening here. Let's bring this down a little bit. Let's do a unwrap cubic projection. Alright, somewhat closer. It's all flat-ish now, I guess. Let's go off to UV editing and see what's wrong here. We want all of this to get into the proper sections. So these guys need to fall along the corners of the pixels down to there. Thank you. And you need to move over to there. And you need to move over to here. And you move over to here. Perfect. Okay, so now those should at least fakely look the way they're supposed to. Yeah, there we go. So now they fakely look square, even though they're probably not exactly square. But good enough. We're not going to be getting any close-up of the exact movements of those. Then D&D Dice was not right about my recording self-YouTube. It was a success. Video no problems, time recording last Tuesday. Good! See? It was AI. It's not like it knew anything. AI is basically just a random generator. It doesn't do anything else. Sweet innocent skiz, yes. Sweet innocent skiz. I just had a funny thought. What if my character is around pretty horses and pukas, and they did a binding ritual, but the twist is that they botched it and bound his hat only, and Vera simply does not want to leave without his hat. This sounds like a separate animation. What if my character is around pretty horses and because bound? Oh. And botched it and bound his hat only. Doesn't want to leave with his hat. Can't leave without your hat. Gotta be completely dressed properly. Especially in this universe. Alright, so we have the grates all fixed up. I want to... So what do I want to do with this? I feel like there needs to be more mechanical things, but... And in order to be more mechanical things, I feel like, if I want to have more mechanical things... No, wait, I shouldn't. No. I shouldn't add more mechanical things to the house for its ripping apart. Right now, as it stands, is fine. From here, it needs to all then disappear. So, I think if I were to select a specific block, let's go with something that we're going to remember. We're going to go with this block right here. That block right there is going to be our test block for pulling the whole house apart. We need to figure out a system that will pull it straight upwards or something like that. I'm thinking that we're going to have to use the system kind of like what we use down here, but we're still going to have to figure out exactly what it is that we need to do with it. Because we wanted to activate as the cube passes through it. Horses got put on probation for property damage and murder. Oh, they were on the probation for property damage and murder, but they passed it off to Puka. So Puka is now on the hook for everything because he shot Tango twice. They brought him back from the dead and tried to give back his house. So within the contract, he is actually an accomplice with them. But because of the fact that he was dragged into this, no, he's on the hook and not them. Because they transferred all blame to him. It's kind of like a co-owner. They go after Puka before they go after the horses. They have to wear one of the ankle bracelets, and they think it part of the fashion. They would do that. And it's just like,
Oh my god, we have this ankle bracelet. Well, let's figure out how to change it into the fashion. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. How do we change this into the fashion? Well, we can just take it off. Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Just take off the ankle monitor. Problem solved.
Oh, that's what they would do. Sounds like a Derp Silly Horses could do in earlier times, botching magical bindings. They believe they did correctly. Well, they probably still do it right now. I mean, they don't have all the spells, which is why they summoned Evil X. I was just like, well, they can't do everything. They don't want to admit it. Unless they have to admit it. But yeah. So, let's see here. We want to bring in yet another object. So let's do that. Let's bring in a cube. Shift A, mesh, and cube. Okay. So we have another cube here, and this guy is... We're going to scale this up in this direction. Right there. And again, we're going to be doing the whole thing where it says it is not in any of the renders, and the only time you see it in the viewport is in a wireframe. So this is going to be the whole house control. Alright, whole house control. This guy is what's going to completely decimate the house. So let's start with this guy, and actually let's grab some of these other objects. Alright, here's some of the other objects. I want to grab some of these objects. Tearaway Tango House. Actually, an easy way to copy this over would be to just put in the geometry nodes for this guy. Geometry nodes, and then tear away Tango House. And then we just need to separate this. Tear away Tango House. Tango House all. And then this one will be used for everything. Alrighty. So now what I want to do is to move the house in regards to the positioning of this block right here. So how do we want to do this? I think maybe what we want to do is take the distance and compare it. Yes. Okay, so let's take the distance of, say, this object from itself. I want to take this object and the position of the current object, and we want to rotate is not. Rotate might be okay. Rotate instance fine. Translate instances. Translate instances. Okay, this is the one that we're more concerned about, is translating the instance. Is this one right here. So, as we get closer with this thing... Alright, so that starts rotating properly. That's good. That starts rotating that thing properly. Now we need to have it do a distance comparison. Compare. And it's bringing out a single object here. So float based on position of geometry and position of geometry. Okay, so it's just putting out a float right now. So if we put this guy into to translate instances, selection. Okay. Local space. Local space. Okay, it's just rotating right now. That's not good. Translation. Local space. Okay, and then... Not quite. Not quite. Okay, so what am I actually doing here? As an instance? No. Okay, so that just removes it completely from the equation, which doesn't do us any good. Original. Relative. Okay. Edges, points, distance, anything that is greater than that. Alrighty. Let's bring in our old friend, Oh, wait, no, this is doing the distance. That's right, that's right, that's right. We need to not do that. What if, instead of a float... and a distance comparison, because this one's just going to be the rotation. That one's fine. What if we did a... vector? Anything greater than... What the hell happened? Wait, don't do that. Okay, anything great... Okay, anything greater than... Greater than... Geometry proximity. Faces. Okay, okay. That's changing the position. Alright, yes. Alright, alright. So I have something that selects it. Now I need to give it some sort of, like, gradual selection. Okay. Float vector. Is this giving any vector output? It does not, I don't think. I think it's just giving a selection. So, let's go back to, not vector, let's go back to float value. Translation. So, oh my gosh, I keep hitting the wrong button. Alrighty. We now want to put from to 0. Okay. So as it comes in, it yeah, right now it's jumping between the two. Not sure if I want that. It's in a linear. I don't like that. Because the output is 0 to 1. Right. Because I have to use the distance, don't I? Okay, so if I use the distance, it starts to do a gradual. But there's no way to keep it going upwards if it's a distance problem, which is the thing that I'm trying to figure out. Okay. So that is the problem. I want some sort of thing that comes down and selects all of these things individually and shoots them upwards. That's what I wanted to do. And then I want it to keep on going as I pull it downwards. How does that work? Because as the radius doesn't work quite right, because the radius is just the faces, and that's not quite what we want. Is there a volume select? Volume, mesh to volume, volume to mesh, points to volume, distribute points in volume. I feel like the radius just needs to be larger, but how do I adjust that? That's moving it in one direction, and we don't want that. We want to do a combine XYZ. We want this to be on the Z scale, or the Y. Y, there we go. So it's going up. Okay, so this is getting closer, and then that gives the results. Yeah, okay, so that's getting closer, and that gives the results. That's the thing that we want. But how do we increase the radius of it? Is it just scale? I feel like it's just scaling something here. Let's do a scale, or actually math scale. Duplicate. Scale. And then we just plug this into there and this into there. And then we increase this. And it does nothing. Okay, interesting. Why does it do nothing? Huh. That completely negates everything. Interesting. Alrighty. Let's do a multiply. Interesting. That still doesn't work properly. Divide. Oh, it's still just the one-to-one comparison, which is not great. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove this guy and do this instead. If I bring this guy up, what happens? There we go. Okay, so that comes up to 14. Okay, I think that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. Alright, and now let's go ahead and move this all the way up to like a 20. And this should be a gradual change. So from here, I bring this down. What? It straight up disappears. Why? It may have some leftover system here. Yeah, okay. It still has the disappear thingy here. Let's just go ahead and get rid of that. We don't need that. We don't need that system at the current moment. Alright, and then as we bring this down, all right. That's a better system. Okay. Good. We're getting somewhere. I want different music here. Let's go to home. There we go. Alright, so this system will just straight rotate it. This one moves it in a different position. I think maybe I can bring down the rotation of this guy just a tad. It can go in another direction, that's fine, but I need it to not go completely off the scales here. However, this system, I do want to give this system a completely off the rails thing. So let's go ahead and plug this guy into here and give this one a completely off the rails, like, rotation. Alrighty. And then this might need a little bit more effect here. I think basically whatever I put this to, it's going to need to be. So 14. We're going to put this at 14. 15 is fine. 15, because I might want it to start moving before it even... moving upwards before it starts rotating. This portion, this one needs to get wacky. Rotation, there we go. So it needs to start spinning, like, out of control. Like... Okay. Good. So we're getting there. But this does need to go up further. Much further. So this needs to go up to... let's go up to 100 for this guy. So as this guy comes down, it's just going to constantly start wackily rotating out of control in sort of a random path. Alright, there we go. So we have something now. This is good. Now let's put this guy up here, and we're going to apply this to the rest of the house. Let's give this guy a save. I think this will work. Hey, Underscape, how's it going, yo? Alrighty, so let's copy this to no mechanical. So let's do a select objects, and we do want to select this thing here, and all of these need to go on that same system. So now we can do a copy to selected. And that's going to add a geometry node to all of them. Alright, so now they all have a geometry node that if I were to take this guy, bring it down, grab Z, it's going to pull this whole darn thing apart. Where's it going? Apparently it's becoming some sort of like fountain. We do definitely need to make a selection where as this thing gets closer, it deletes some of these guys. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, alright. So now Tango's house is being literally torn apart. Literally. We're going to need to select a few of these here. And not only get it to be a little bit less, you know, layer by layer by layer by layer pull apart. I want it to be individual blocks, not each one of them. So let's take a look at our geometry node and see what we can do about this. So we could add in a random value. We could just add in to this position of this whole house guy. Let's add in random value. Let's add in a random value. Thank you. Oh, LaPengui, hey! 47 months! Yeet. How's it going, LaPengui? Give hug at LaPengui. 47 months of support. That's a lot. That is a lot. You are literally keeping me here, and I love you for it. Thank you. And we are doing the biggest project yet to date, and we're tearing apart Tango's house. So as we tear apart Tango's house, yeah. How you doing? Ugh. I know you're probably over at work, so you probably can't stay too long. Or even speak at the current moment. Some vacation days in the next 2 weeks. Good. I've barely been able to take vacation days from my day job. I have to stay at my day job so that way I can pay the bills. We need to add a random value onto this position. Alright, we need distance, duplicate, and we want to do just an add. But we want to do, like, add a small number. Something like that, yeah. Let's add a small number. So, whatever the position of this is, combined with a random value. And that should give us something. So I want to tell it, hey, just randomly start picking these instead of just layer by layer. But maybe what needs to happen is a lot more adding of random values. No, okay. Alright, well, that didn't help me at all. Okay. Okay, so a random value not working. Add nothing. Don't add anything. Okay. How do we add some Oh. It helps if the position also is randomized for the right thing. So let's go ahead, do this into there. And then we add in the random value into here. No, still nothing. Okay, still nothing. Not what we're looking for. The location? Can we randomize the location of this? Like, just give a random number through here? No. That's not going to randomly select one. Okay. Alrighty then. We need to randomize this somehow. What if I gave a randomization between 15 and 10 for these? No, that's not going to do. Okay. What if I take the distance? What if I take the distance and randomize that between the minimum and maximum? Ooh, I got an idea. Okay, so minimum and maximum. But the maximum will be add. Math. Math. We want to take this not that distance, this distance. This distance. Put it in here. Add value of more than 1. $15. Still seems to be falling apart in chunks. Not what I want. Or maybe. Hold on. Let's grab this guy and move it down. Yeah, you're still kind of falling apart in chunks. Like chunk. There is another way that we could do this. There is another way, but I'm not sure if it's going to work properly. Let's add a geometry node to this guy. Let's randomize the actual box. Or is that what's being done? Oh, yeah, it is still a thing. Working at home today, so I have opportunity to lurk. Notification starts in 2 weeks. Ah, okay. But I'm doing good. Will some chill days in regards to work in the next 2 weeks. As I just finished up a big assignment and don't have time for much before I leave for vacation. That's usually how vacations happen. Bouncy Bear also coming in with the 47 months. They've subscribed for 47 months. Hug at Bouncy Bear. Give the hugs. Bounce ball. There was a toy that I never got to play with that had like a handle on top of a ball or something like that, and you used that in order to bounce it around like a pogo stick or something like that, and that was my first thought for using a slime. Yes. Okay, it is using the faces. Okay, so it is using the faces. We might be able to use this guy. Let's see what we can do. Shift A, and we want to subdivide mesh. Okay, we want to subdivide the mesh, and then we want to do a position. We want to do a position, and this is going to change the... Whoop, not that position. We want to change the set position. That's what we want to do. Set position, and this will change the points of everything. This is the it's set to default on changing the points. Noise texture. By the way, Bouncy, I appreciate you more than you possibly know. The fact that you are keeping me here on Twitch, literally, is because of you. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Words. Words! I think math. If I do a vector math here, we want to add a negative 0.5. And then we want to do a multiply on top of that. Multiply by at least 3. And then we take the color and we plug this into the offset. And that should give us a little bit more of a random result. Especially if we subdivide it even further and even further. So now let's go ahead and multiply this guy to give us a quite random result of this. So now they kind of move apart in a random fashion. There we go. This is the type of tear apart that I'm looking for in this movement, is that it starts pulling things apart, not on layer and layer and layer and layer.
That
Pulls
outfit
that apart.
is not looking too hot right now. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change!
Oh, okay. Okay, I was just like, what is this? And it's pip, 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 pip. So, I think I know what that is. Okay. Pip, 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 pip. You can't really do pitches inside of text. Could you pitch that text a little bit more so that way I can, know what you're talking about? Pip, 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 pip. I'm going to pick random color green. Yes. We're going to pick random color green. There we go. Oh, that one. Ah, okay. I was just like, which one's the green one? It's the head. Hello? Hello? I'm down here. I can barely see any of you. House goes kaboom. Yes, house goes kaboom. Puka, you're too short now. So says Ben. So says Ben. Oh, how tall is Puka? He's short. Let's do a... Go back to geometry nodes of these things. Okay. So, alright, we now have a system that pulls this all apart. Look at that go. Look at that all go. That is chaotic, especially in this context here. So, we now need to get these things to disappear upon selection. So, yes, I think that'll be a good system. Because I was thinking of these things just flying upwards and then disappearing off frame. But looking at how this goes, I'm thinking we just kind of like have a circle that just kind of like encompasses this. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, it's reforming now. Okay. We can't get rid of the house. Alright, let's figure out what we need to do about this. Well, I meant any ranger, but this is okay. Which pixel would you like to talk to? Pixel number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4? There are only 4 pixels! You can't talk to any more pixels. What's it talk? I'm pretty sure I'm shorter than you. I'd be small. Yeah, I'm like 2 inches too short to apply to be a blue man for the blue man group, because I actually looked into whether or not I could possibly be a sign up for that. And it's just like, no, 2 inches too short. And now I think I'm about 3 inches too wide. Well, I need to cut back on those. Cut back on thems. Alright, so this can fit itself right there. And this can fit itself right there as well. Okay. So this is the system that does the moving it away. And this is the detection system right there. So I'm wondering if I put this to like a system of like 50. Let's put that at a 50. So now all of them have completely disappeared. Good. So now we have a system that can... Oh, no, we can't do that. Okay, that's terrible. Alright, nope. Nope, that's not going to work. Because right now it does a pretty good job of getting rid of them from here. But... what if... Okay, so we have a selection system of sampling the index value of this guy, and anything that is away from it by this much disappears. Okay. But now we have to get a system that is... Alright, so... this does not quite work the way I want it to. Because I like this chaos disappear, but it reforms, and that's a problem. Yeah, it reforms, and I don't like that. So I need to figure out, again, the system that allows me to make it disappear dependent on whether or not it's the distance. Oh, what if it was simple? What if it was really, really simple here? So this is called what? This is called whole house control. Okay. So if I were to take whole house control, this thing. There we go. All right, so we have whole house control. And we want this guy to be the driver of its location. Geometry proximity. Okay. Relative to this guy, not by distance, but let's do just a simple like subtract or add or something like that. And if we plug that into this system, what happens? Okay, that's not going to give me a +1 value? Okay, so that's not going to work. We want that. Oh. Phone's about to explode. Phone's about to explode. I gotta fix that. Hold on. We have a step linear. Let's just go ahead and keep this at its normal values here of 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Steps 1. There's only one step on and off. Plug this into there. Still not working. Okay. That's not exactly what I wanted. That's not the, Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not outputting it because geometry. Field based on attribute geometry position. Clamp. No, okay, that's not gonna work. Why doesn't float work? Float should be it. Float should work. Based on the position of this thing. Geometry, geometry proximity, faces, distance, subtract. It should work. But it's not going to. Because it's wanting a solid number for it, and I don't want to give it a solid number. I want to give it a comparative number. And I don't want to give it that. Random value. We're going to do a 0 to 1, and if I plug this guy in, it's going to do nothing. Yeah, right, okay. So now if I do a ID, or no, I want to do a value. What if I do a value here? I'm same width and height. Wait a minute. For stream avatars? Like, which avatar are you talking about? Minecraft avatar? Value, if we plug this into the ID, that will give us a single digit. Okay. Why does it want a single digit? I want it to remove itself if it is not. Delete geometry. Delete geometry. That's what we need. Delete geometry. Here we go. This will give us a selection that we can use for a certain comparison that is... There we go. Okay, so now anything that is here... Okay, anything that is there. Let's do a not, or Boolean. Boolean math. Aha, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. And then let's do a not. Plug this in. Plug this into there. Okay. So now it goes away like this. And anything that is not that will just absolutely disappear. And we can bring it back just as easily. There we go. So now I want to kind of straighten out its path, though. Because some of this geometry is just scattering, like an explosion. I don't want that. I just want it to go upwards somewhat randomly. Not completely randomly. Somewhat randomly. How do we get somewhat randomly? There it is. I think this is the one down here. Alright, let's not do a rotation like this. If we move this down a bit here, like below a 1, we'll start to get things straighter. And then this one here, bring this up a bit. Oh yeah. So my camera kind of failed on me because my camera got too hot. I put it on the charger. I need to fix that. Ooh, take a tour of the stream. I need to... Like the bathroom? I think it was a cool addition. Didn't need to put it in. Everything else I needed to. Needed to move in everything else, including the generator there. The portal came with the room too, though. Portal came with the room. There we go. There we go. A little bit better. So many rewards I haven't seen. Try the D20 one. We've loved the D20 one here for a while now. You want to bring this guy up a little. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now it's just going mainly upward. That's what we're looking for.
The penguin. Rolling a D20. Should I eat some popcorn? You have found an ancient scroll with strange markings describing where a dungeon lies. Will you venture out in search of its treasures? 14. You feel a surge of strength as your muscles ripple. You easily push past the boulder that was in your way. The path is now open.
I'm going to assume that that is a yes. It completely missed the fact that it said, should I eat some popcorn? You push the obstacle out of your way, and you boldly go forward. I'm going to assume that that is a yes. Congratulations, you will eat some popcorn. Okay. Well, it was above a 10, so that does make it a success. Yeah. Oh, the adventure for
popcorn.
That was the weirdest response, right? Alright, so now we have a system to completely demolish the house. We do need to get some of the other things in here. We need to get the mechanical tear apart sections. So we need to take this, plus we need to do a select objects, mechanical tear apart, plus this guy. So this will be a copy to selected. Alright, there we go. So now we have all the mechanical bits that get torn apart. So if we pull this guy down completely, there should be no house left. There we go. There we go. No house left at all. That's what we were going for. Then we pull this back up. Oof. That is a lot of rendering. But hey, we got a system. We got a system now that will work for the entire house. It will be pulled apart block by block. And then, if we, when we bring the house back and when we take it away twice, we take it away twice and we, bring it back once. Yeah, that system will work inside of the other Hermitcraft portion of this animation where we see Tango die and we see Tango come back. So that system will be used a lot. And I'm glad that we've gotten it down to something relatively simple. So there we go. Now we have that system in place. We can now give this a nice little save, and we're going to do a save a copy. Save a copy. Make sure that we don't do something stupid with it. Cyberpunk, backup. All right, save a copy. Now we need to get rid of Tango's house for right now. Tearaway house. All right, there we go. Now we need to get some sort of magical circle system. So we have something, but we don't have a lot of it. That was the weirdest response. Yeah, oh, yeah. But I can see why you enjoy it, yeah. Tango's going with the explosion. Kind of. Tango's house, Tango himself was used as currency for a interdimensional collect call. Letting that sink in. Already Amar, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you for following after that odd explanation. Because we still need to do another animation portion of this, but I want to get to the fun part where we do the kind of like magical circle going wow, and just do all sort of like magical effects. But let's go over to show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to Steampunk Parts Store, the Hermitcraft side, and we're going to open up this. This has the audio for it that will explain some of it. Because Tango is basically going to be having fun with his friends, and then he's going to get a call. And I do want to fix around the audio to this so that it makes a little bit more sense. But, alright, let's bring this back. Yep, we got the three of them in their underwear, but Tango is not.
Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire.
Hello?
You are receiving an interdimensional collect.
Oh, wait, you can hear that.
Collect call from
321 Pretty Horses.
the charges are one mortal flesh suit. Do you accept these charges?
I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Tango gets pulled away, and so that's the house.
Hey, Tango, it's us, Sassy and Snarky. Just wanted to ask you if we could borrow your house for a bit. Uh-oh, we got Tango's body here. What? Uh-oh. Tango, do not say anything if you would like us to have your house to keep. Long pause. Oh, awesome, Tango. Bye.
There's your explanation. I do need to get rid of Tango's house over here because this thing is not going to be used at all. Because it is going to get replaced by the one that we do have. And as you can see here, I did put Tango's house in the spot where it is on the server. Of course, I don't have it completely correct, but I have some of my own crud here, and I need to get rid of it. Some of the stuff that I used for this the cyberpunk thing for Impulse, this repeatable haul section that he was running across. But yeah, so now I need to get rid of this and bring in the other house. You're a wizard, Tango. Did you pull that voice line from one of his videos? Yes, actually. So, the voice line that I grabbed was actually me giving him a donation and then asking him that very question. Down here.
I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Okay, so I do want to put in a little bit more context because he does say a line in here that that helps out. I don't think we have any other animations in here that I need to move around. So I think just moving around the voice lines is fine. So let's duplicate this section and look for a certain section that we need. I think we can pull this over here and pull these two over here as we look for another section. Because he does say a few more things. Like
how are you? The Puka! How are you? Good to see you, Pooks. Thank you so much. 2 demonic horses are giving you a collect call. The price is 1 steampunk horse and 1 mortal flesh suit.
Oh. It was on stream. Yeah, it was on stream. Yeah, it was on stream. Which is why I kind of have the boombox in the background. Yeah, and just to drown out his own music that's there. Which is why I brought in this Phoenix song and just kind of cranked it down in order to drown out that. So I want to grab the him saying mortal flesh suit. I was so confused. I know everybody's gonna be so confused until they see this. And that was so long ago. So long ago. And is this a joke I'm not understanding? And the answer is yes, Tango. You do not get the joke. You will get it soon, Tango. It will become all apparent soon. I have had this planned for this long. This is how long I have had this planned. And what was the other things that he said in the stream? Hold on. He also said
Accept the charges. Yeah. Horse accept the charges. Is that a horse pun? Say yes, they're demons. Thank you, Puka. I appreciate it. Let's go. What's up, Faster? How you doing? You always say yes to Puka. I mean, that's pretty much yeah.
Are you sure now? Are you sure you want to always say yes to me?
give it another thought or two next time. Things might happen.
Alright, so we want to...
2 demonic horses are giving you a collect call. The price is 1 steampunk horse and...
actually...
1 mortal flesh suit. Do you accept charges?
Hold on.
I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Horses are giving you... Is this a joke I'm not understanding? 2 demonic horses are giving you a collect call. The price is 1 steampunk horse and 1 mortal flesh suit.
I think maybe he says it again later with a little bit more, softer tone.
I don't know what I'm being asked. The charges, is that a horse pun? Just say yes, they're deep. Thank you, Puka, I appreciate it. Okay. 1 steampunk horse and 1 mortal flesh suit. Do you accept the charges? And 1...
Maybe, I think this one's kind of a quieter section.
Mortal flesh suit.
Nope, hold on. We want to... Okay, and I want to grab mortal flesh suit. Yeah, here we go. And then if we put... What? Nope, I want to grab all of that. Thank you. And let's put that here. Let's get rid of this. We want to bring this over here. And now the thing should read as like this.
These charges.
Mortal flesh suit. I don't know what's being... 1 mortal flesh suit. 1 more... 1 and 1
Charge.
Alright, I want to do a fade in, but I want to have the fade in be rather quick.
1 mortal flesh suit.
Alright, and then I kind of want him to talk a little bit softer. So we're going to bring down the volume on this guy here.
1 mortal flesh suit. I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges.
I thought he said mortal flesh suit a little bit, I thought he said mortal flesh suit a little bit softer, and I can't recall if that's true or not. So I'm not sure if that's going to be proper. I wanted to have that in there, but I don't think we're going to. Oop.
Alright, I think we keep going down. Armadillos was used for... Accept the charges. Puka! Right? Mortal flesh suit. Do you accept charges? And 1 mortal flesh suit. Do you accept charges? 2 demonic horses. Demonic horses are giving... The price is 1 and 1 flesh suit. Just... Yes. Yes. Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun?
Maybe I should put that in there. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, no, I think we put that in there. Is that some sort of horse pun? I think he says that line in more of the tone that I'm looking for. Yeah, hold on. Let's do this. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow there, little Teresa. Thank you very much for the follow. Yes, the Puka. He's going to fall off his chair laughing with this.
Not looking too hot right now. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change. Outfit change.
What are we changing?
Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun? I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Okay. I think a little bit more build-up. Yeah. That adds a little bit more build-up to his questions. Like, he has so many questions.
Charges.
Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun? I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Oh yeah, I think that's a little bit better of a build up on the questions, and then his body kind of gets sucked up and like contorted and like pulled apart. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Oh, what are we doing? Okay, Ranger this time. Yes, let's go ahead and put on a Ranger. Zord, Ranger. Well, I see one here. So we're gonna pick that one. And then we're gonna go back to here. See the full outfit? The full outfit. He's good.
The Red Ranger. Red is always the leader. Red is always the leader.
So, Lapangui, just so you know that what the ending is going to be like. The ending is going to be the three of them still in their underwear and still in the hot tub. Etho will be also there because he didn't want to be a part of this fan art thing. The last time that the four of them were inside of a hot tub, he's just like, I don't want to be a part of this fan art. So I'm going to make him a part of this fan art. He's going to be outside the hot tub, and he's going to be laying some dirt on top of the spot where Tango was, like kind of like that ashes to ashes type thing, where he's just tossing some dirt into the spot where Tango died, and everybody's currently crying. And then suddenly Tango will come back to life. Thank you very much for the follow there, Air Max. No diddy, no diddy. Got the bag it up. And then, as they're crying, Tango will come back to life, and the house will reappear to this song.
Phoenix, you burst in fire, burn.
Takes desire.
You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn. A thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
I am so sorry for your ears. I did not realize the volume. I am so sorry. Oh, rip headphone users. Rip headphone users. That's still too loud, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know what's loud. That. That's probably better. That's probably better. Much better. Remove my headphones, I'm fine. Yeah, when they say rip headphone users, they don't mean that you've died. No. You've just ripped out your headphones. Hopefully not to Hopefully you haven't died. Okay, let's take this. It is warm. It is summer. It is very summer. This needs to get off. Oh. Okay, much better. Had a couple shirts on. One of them is at least off. It is warm. Not really, though. I'm half deaf listening to the music already. I'm just half deaf. So yeah, that is going to be that portion of the animation. So let's see if we can get in that house into this area. We need to remove Tango's house. How do we want to remove Tango's house? We've got a lot in front of us, don't we? We want to see everything, and we
do not want it to be transparent. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and select some of this stuff, because some of this stuff we don't actually need. This. We want to select all of these. Select all of these. I think what we need to do is basically just select the different textures and remove them. Anything that's non-natural will probably be showing up a lot easier against the natural background. So I think we're still good. We'll just have to make sure that we select all of the unnatural things. And go through here being like, that one's not natural, that one's not natural. Select. Do a shift select. So this is going to be a little bit of tedium. Little bit of tedium. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a bit of tedium. The stream kind of, streams kind of lend itself to that type of, additional leniency. You don't want to do too much in the way of, too much in the way of tedium. Alright, so far, so good. Yep, we still have that. Let's go ahead and start selecting some of this other stuff here. Get rid of a bunch of that bedrock. Thankfully, we don't need to go through too many of those textures. Because those were all the textures that were not importable. Ooh, that's gonna be a problem. Were not importable at the time that I brought this guy in. It was kind of a placeholder. Because I just needed a general idea of where things were going. And this kind of helped that out a bit. Since this thing is not completely... completely fixed. Or completely... The house is not complete. Blech. Words. It's going to be a lot less tedium. Still some, though. Still some. Select. Getting there. Getting there pretty quickly now. Nope, can't do that. Because that's natural stone. We don't want natural stone. So, by the way, one of my friends had been insisting that I read some Zootopia fanfiction. And I don't really have a lot of time in order to read things. So I wanted to get the thing onto some sort of like text-to-speech type scenario, so that way I could just listen to it while I'm stocking the shelves. And I found a cool way to do this, is that I watch one of these AI news people, and one of them was a text-to-speech AI that's free to download and put on my computer. And I basically took the book and plugged it into this AI, which made the text a lot better. It made it sound somewhat like a real person. So I thought that was fantastic. I can turn now this book into an audiobook now. So it's not like a fan fiction is going to get too many readers or audiobook people. So I was really happy that I was able to do that. So I plugged in Morgan Freeman's voice. So now I have a Zootopia fanfic being read to me at work via Morgan Freeman. So I thought that was absolutely hilarious.
Leora coming in with 62 people as I'm describing what I'm listening
Shout
to.
out.
Pasta says to go check out Hello World.
Hello world. Leora, there we go.
Out.
The
Hello
pasta
World.
says to go check out Edliera.
Leora, everybody coming in. Griffin on Prime. How you doing? Griffin on Prime? I can words. Teddy Cats also coming in. Hello, everybody. Everybody coming in with the Leora raid. You were doing some mining and crafting. What were you crafting and mining? What were you doing? Gotta know. Need to know. Have to know. Because it's going to be our topic for a little bit. As I select pieces of Tango's house, I have an updated version of the house, and I need to get rid of the old version rather meticulously, because this is currently what we're working on. Tango's house. We're tearing it apart. Literally. Literally. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? In case you don't know what it is that we do here, let us do a, what does Puka do? What does Puka do? And we will find out. Building a very gorgeous bookshelf. Well, then I'm going to have to go back and look at the VODs now, aren't I? That sounds like something I'd be interested in. I love the Minecraft community for not the skills that everybody has, but more or less, well, actually, yes, the skills that people have. The artistic skills, I'm sorry. The artistic skills that people have. And those translate, like, so far in every direction. And I love it. And I just love being inspired by everybody that's inside the Minecraft community. It's just like, ideas. And that's kind of why I'm messing around with Tango's house, is because we ourselves have something steampunk, and I was just like, well, what if the pretty horses stole Tango's house? And that's in fact what they did. They stole Tango's house. Because it's the horses. Of course the horses would. Alright. I think we have at least a lot of the house that is going to be... at least removable easily. So, alright. Have the house. Let's go ahead and do a separate by selection. And then this should at least move this into a different layer. So we want land new, and this is going to be old Tango house. Old Tango house, and we're going to plug this guy into there and remove it. There we go. So now we're left with, like, little bits of, like, natural stone that was actually used in the house and some of these other textures that I didn't see. So we'll be able to get rid of these guys relatively easily. Gonna lurk as it's 4 a.m. 4 a.m. for me, too, as well. Because this is the time that I'm normally awake for my normal job. Stocking the groceries, being a dairy fairy. Putting up all the milks and the eggs. That's my daytime job. It's a job. It's a living. As many of the characters in Flintstones will tell you. They're Flintstones kids, 10 million strong and growing. Select. And select. Just selecting these by texture helps a bit because it's not part of the natural landscape, so it's pretty easy to get rid of the house since they are not natural textures. Select.
And select. There we go. Daytime. Gonna go find food. Might be back. Might be back. That's fine. You do what you need to. If you need to raid and run, you are always welcome to do so. Because I know how it is to... I knew something like that was going to happen. Alright. So we have problems here. We need to... Some of this is going to be connected to the floor, and I don't like that. Darn it. Darn it! Let's go ahead and select some of these upper sections here by doing a see-through selection. Perfect. There we go. And then we want to select this. White concrete, select. There we go. And then we want to get rid of these sections here too. We want to get rid of these faces too. Let's do a see-through selection. Make sure we get all of that. Much better. Much better. Getting bits of it. Select. Selecting my texture. It's a little tedious. There we go. There we go. Select. Oh, that's right. That's only the front of it. It does those by different positions. So it doesn't have just one texture for all of the chest like Minecraft does. It does it in certain sides. Alright, I get you. Alright, well that's all selected. That's good. Select, and then select. There we go. Getting all of it. Ah, there's another floaty section that we can get just through a see-through. There we go. Alright, I think I have all of Tango's house, except for some of these floaty... what do you call them? Stone. There we go. Alright, let's do another separate by selection. And we want to move this guy into the old Tango house area. Get rid of that. See what we have left. Ah, here's some more. What? Okay. This can just get deleted. We don't need that. Faces. I'm pretty sure there's another. Yeah. Stained glass is always a pain. Oh, I'm pretty sure there was a few people in there that just felt how painful that pun was. We are a raid, but I was in a work meeting, so the stream was muted. No problem. Welcome back on in. Ozra. Getting all of these faces, all these natural faces. I can't do texture select this time, but thankfully I can at least do connected geometry selection. There we go. That's good. Good. Let's slow down a bit. There we go. That's good. Ah, there's some. There's some. Give me that. Alright, we want to separate by selection. We want to move this again into there. Alright, and I think that's going to be pretty good. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of these others. Just deleting them. Don't need that water. And we don't need this guy, and we don't need that guy. There we go. Delete faces. Just get rid of them. We don't need them. I want to get rid of these bushes. They're going to be a problem for later. And I can't quite do a texture select, and I can't do a connected geometry select. I'm going to have to do this the painful way by just literally selecting all of the faces. And have to do the same for this one here. There we go. Good. Because these are just going to be in the way. Good, 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 good. There we go. Oh, there's one. Go. And then this bush was almost good, but I don't think so. We're going to go ahead and delete these faces. I think these bushes will be okay. Ah, there we go. This is why this is a pain, because there's extra faces that are inside the same face. They don't merge faces there. They just treat them as individual blocks. Ah, still more of those faces. Come on. There we go. Much better. Alright, now this could be better. I'm trying to determine how I want to do this. I might be able to get away with this guy duplicating this face and just moving it around a little bit. Like if I take this guy and I move it down ever so slightly, and then correct facings, I should be able to just take this guy, scale it out, and I should have a perfect area where we can have just this texture over the holes that we've created. And I should be able to even move it along like this direction. Fill up those holes there. Yep, there we go. It's interfering with the stone. Let's not have it interfere with the stone. Right about there, and then move it down. Alright. Kind of, that kind of means that I need to get rid of these dirt patches here. Faces, there we go, get rid of that. And then, yeah, that is going to be a problem, isn't it? Look at that. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that that's going to work. I need a ground that will be easy enough to just cover over it. I think another option to do this, let's go ahead and delete this guy, faces. Yeah, let's figure out another way to easily do this. I think another easy way would be is if I were to make this area a little bit flatter, or squarer, I should say. Is if I actually get rid of some of this geometry here and then just kind of extend it out. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's get rid of these sections here. Yeah, in case you don't know, I have no idea what I'm doing inside of Blender. I'm guessing. So I am always learning on what I'm supposed to be doing, I guess. Kind of, a little bit. Like, everything I do is just like, this might be a good solution. I don't know. Is it a good idea? I don't know. But the point is to actually learn new techniques. New techniques on how to use the program. What if I did a box select here? Box select, and we want to bring it up to here. There we go. Let's do another box select. Another box select. There we go. Alright, bring this down here. Good. Don't see anything. Oh, there is one. Get rid of that. We don't need that selected. Good, 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 good. Alright, let's get rid of this section here too. And get rid of these sections of grass and dirt. Right there. Alright, now we can do a delete faces. And that gives us an area that we can now work with. There is a little bit of torch here. Delete face, and there's a little bit of torch right here. Delete faces, there we go. So now what we should be able to do is I want to grab the edges. We still have on correctional facing. And what this is going to do is I want to just extrude in the X direction by 1 meter, and that will give me a single square that has the right texture on it. Now, if I take all of these edges here and I extrude it over, I should be able to get a flat area of just grass. So if I extrude on the Z axis here and hold down Control, I should be able to get exactly what I'm looking for. There we go. Perfect. Extrude Z. There we go. And then these two... Oop, no. These two can go a little bit further, or maybe I should just do extrude Z. There we go. Perfect. Those are covered up. You want to grab this and this. Extrude Z. There we go. Now, it looks a little bit odd, like somebody mowed the grass because of the randomosity in the turning of the grass, but it does do the job. Well, that was a bad one. If I had a hole in a 3D environment, I'd meticulously patch it up. Yep. No, we don't need to, because our view from this is over here. This is our view from that area. So we barely even see the grass there. It's right there. That small section is where the grass is at. If we move our camera up to here, we still don't see the problem. We still don't see the problem. We might see a little bit here. That's it. But now we have the area that we need for our house to come back in. So land, let's give this guy a save, and we want to do a file. We want to do an append of the Steampunk Parts Store, and we want to do a collection, and we want to do tear away Tango house, or house. Tango house, and use tear away Tango house. Okay, I misspelled it. I think this is the one that I want to bring in. Alright, that's going to take a while, and matter of fact, my computer might crash. FYI. Thank you all for staying. This is going to be the good part. This is going to be the good part where I can show you guys where the... Uh-oh. I think my other computer crashed, though. Did my other computer crash? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This one hasn't. We still have at least a connection, some music, and a slideshow. Ah, okay, my display changed. There we go. Okay, so now I can still see that. Because I thought for a moment there the, no. Hello? I said F11. Control F11? Alt F11? Shift F11? Why won't your thingy? Ah, there it goes. There we go. We can bring it over to here. Hopefully it brings it all in. I don't know if it will. It may actually just end up being terrible. Wow, it is definitely warm in here. This energy drink that I had has warmed up considerably, and I had pulled this thing out of the cooler right over there. Right there. That cooler right there. Poking the creeper. Or, if you want, the creeper right here. Also, a refrigerator creeper. Oh, there it goes! There it goes! I was wondering what I was going to have to do. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so now we have all of the Tango house in. Tango, mechanical, double, Tango house, unused. Okay, so we don't want any of those. Those just go away. We don't need this guy. Not that we're going to be using it. Now we just need to get all of this. So let's do a select objects. And I don't think we have any object transformations except for the tearway control for the Langolier. So we don't want local, we want global, and we don't want individual origins. We want median point, and we want to bring this guy right on over to here. Oof. That is a lot of data. Data point, data point, data point, data point, data point, data point, data point. Okay. Alright, that's getting it closer. I'm glad I left these bushes here because this will help align where the house needs to go. Because I did try to get the house exactly where it is inside of the world. So it should be nearly perfect. Alright. I'm not off on perspective, am I? I think I am. Oh, I'm off on perspective. No, wait. No. We're good. We're good. Okay. Never mind. We're fine. We need to do a grab Shift Z. That's the wrong direction, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no. This is global. Grab Shift Z. This is correct. This is correct. We're gonna want to put this back here. Okay, much better. Move our camera over to here. Alright, we're close. Let's do a grab X. I do not want to be recording all of this. That's not right. This needs to all just go away. There we go. Perfect. This needs to do a grab X. Okay, that's the wrong way. Let's do grab Y. Grab Y. There we go. Okay. Good. Now we need to do a grab X. There we go. That should be about as perfect as it needs to be. Cool. So now we have a system that will work with the house. Oof. That is a lot of data. Okay. So, now that I have that, Tearaway Tango House. Let's do land. Let's add in a new section here. We can just call this mainland. Mainland. So that way I can get rid of this guy. Just remove this guy for right now. So now this should work the same as before, right? If I drag this guy down, the house should tear itself apart. Look at that go. Oh, and it disappears. Okay, perfect. That's what we're gonna need. We're gonna need it to tear apart just like that. And then if we keep on pulling it down, it completely goes away. Alright. So now, as I bring it back up, it will re-put itself back together. Perfect. Cool. So now we have a house that will completely dissolve itself and then completely rebuild itself. That's what we need. Now we need a magic circle. Because the thing we need is basically some sort of like pillar of energy for the house to be surrounded by. So not obscuring, but also very, very prominent. So we need to be able to see the house forming through it. Let's go ahead and give this thing a save, and we are going to... Hi, puppy. I nearly squished you. I nearly squished the puppy. Let's not do that. Alright, so we have house. Have house. Can use. We have now the need to create some sort of like magic circle. How do I want to make this? We do have a circle for Evil X. So let's go back to that and take a look at what we have for Evil X at this moment. So what we have, let's go to texturing. Good. Let's let everything load in. He has some particles that kind of show up. All right. Alright, if I hit this, I see it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So this is the energy bubble that he has. And it has a crack currently formed in it that will eventually grow with it. We don't have any activation. And what I'm thinking is some sort of like cone at the circle's edge. And I want it, I think, probably to be a green energy, maybe? Do I want it to be red or green for the demonic energy? Because the fell portal that everything comes through is going to be green. Like all of the portals that everything comes through. Those are all green. Go to here. Yeah, see how this is like a green and a blue? Do I want the demonic energy that comes off of a summoning circle to be green, blue, or red? Those are some of the colors that we have currently associated with demonic energy. We don't want a purple, because purple is more or less for the nether and the end. I think those are the two that purple is kind of reserved for. But we can go with red or a green. We might not want to go with a blue. I might want to go with a red energy. Yeah, let's go with a red energy. Let's go with the demonic energy, the red one. Because I think we've had it in many other episodes like that, where the red energy kind of comes out as a demonic. Yeah, okay, you're for it too? Okay, good. Then we are going to be in agreement on that. And we're going to figure out how we want the demonic energy to present itself. So right now, we have this. And we have Mr. Evil X showing up there.
Nuh-uh, we summoned someone demon. Yeah. Nuh-uh. We ain't letting him go. Not happening. Uh-uh. Nope. Nope.
So, it needs to be a type of energy that... It needs to be something that is scalable and pixelatable. So, it needs to be able to scale for, like, the house, and also condense down for, like, this smaller summoning circle for Evil X and Tango. So that's where we need to put that, but I don't know how I want it to eventually look. Like, my first instinct is to kind of have it sort of like I have here with this bubble. It sort of has some pixelation to it. And it has these sharp corners, and I like that. But I'm not sure if I should have some other type of texture to it. Because we already have this texture to the bubble. And having a separate texture to it, as well as a separate color, would help, you know, separate the different types of spells. Because there is the current one that is holding him, and then there's the one that will send him away. Then there's the one that sends him away, the one that activates the circle in order to bring him back to zombie state. These are the type of circles that are kind of like activate energy. So, if we have the red one, how do we want it to look? I might want it to look a little bit fire-ish. Is my first inkling is to maybe make it kind of like a cone. Not a cone, a cylinder of fire. So maybe a cylinder of fire. I want to think along those lines. So let's go with cylinder of fire. But do I want it to be, like a volumetric cylinder of fire? Do I want it to be a volumetric? Not really. I think I want it to be circular. But do I want the circle to have boxes instead of pixels? I think maybe. I got an idea. What if... Okay. I got somewhat of an idea of how I want it to kind of look. And I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. What I'm thinking is I want to do some sort of like selection that I had for the noise, and I'm trying to remember where I used it in this instance, because it was like a line of noise, and then that changed what I wanted it to at a certain level, and I liked that. I remember. It's from the Puka Blocks. Where is the Puka Blocks at? Let's see about taking a look at that geometry node and see if we can pull something from it. Unless we, for some reason, have it on here already. Do we have it on here already? Like, unused. For some reason, do we actually have it in here? No, does not look like we actually have brought it in. Moths, cotton, enhanced particles, smoke particles, steampunk items, deep slate. Okay, so we're gonna need to bring in that type of geometry nodes. Let's grab unused. Let's remove unused for right now, and let's bring in for Evil X his section. Let's go to here, and we want to bring in assets unassigned, and we want to bring on in Cave Johnson. I forgot that I named it Cave Johnson. So there's a system inside of here that allows me to change from one to another dependent on a certain point. Let's see here. Cave Johnson. Here we go. So let's see here. Deep slate separator. Here we go. So what this guy is doing? Let's see here. What this guy is doing is it's currently taking a noise texture and scaling the noise texture of the position. Vector rotate. Okay. Okay, color ramp. Alright. Alright, seems good. Subtract not, separate geometry. Okay. So, this might be what I want from it. We're gonna want to grab all of this. Separate deep slate. We're gonna want to do a copy on this guy. Okay? Gonna go back from unused, go back to Evil X, and we want to put a box. Or just some sort of mesh where he is. Doesn't matter what it is, because we're going to be doing some heavy geometry nodes with it. Heavy geometry nodes. Let's put on this guy. We have a new geometry node. This is going to be magic. Magic action. Magic action. Alright, let's put in this node, and we will save that for later. We want to put in a curve circle. Curve circle. And this guy is going to be into the geometry. So this is going to be the geometry that we're going to work with. Radius is what we're going to put on the outside here. So now we have at least one activator on the outside. The radius that we need for this activation of the magic circle. Okay? So we at least have this. Radius a little bit bigger. Okay, good. So we want this guy to basically create a fire of pixels. And we want those pixels to be on points. And we want those points to be on lines. Let's do a... Yes. Okay, let's do mesh line. Let's do a mesh line, and basically what this guy is going to do, it's going to be instanced on the points of the circle. So we want to do, oh yeah, that's right, including the resolution. We're going to want to resample this. Resample curve. Or, no, this is sample curve. We want to resample it. Resample curve. No, I'm doing sample curve. Dart. Resample curve. There we go. If I do things correctly, things help. Okay. So right now, it's taking the curve that we have, the circle, and it's putting on a different resolution for it. And we want it to be a length. So a certain type of length for these. And we want that length to be the same size as a grid. This grid is not going to be 3 points. It's going to be 2 points. And whatever size that I have for this resolution is going to be the same for the size of the grid. Okay. And it's going to be the same size for the offset for the line. So we're going to do a combine XYZ, and this is going to be the same thing for the offset on the Z direction. Okay, so if I do an instance on points, these mesh lines are going to go in a upward direction dependent on how big I want the cube to be. And that's how big the circle will be. So as the circle increases and the square increases, so does the size of the square. The circle, the cube, and all that fun jazz. So this grid, so this mesh line is being instanced into this guy. Okay. And now we want to do another instance on points. We want to do a realize instances. So all these points are basically just the same. So everyone is treated exactly the same as everybody else. And then this grid goes into there. Okay. Not quite what I'm thinking of. What if I don't realize instances? Okay, that's not going to work. Because these aren't facing the right way that I want them to. What if I did instead a instance on points of just these grids on the line itself? Oops, nope. Not that way. This way. Okay. That might work. It might work. I need the rotation to be the same as these. That's where this guy's going to come in handy. I want transform geometry, curve to points. Let's do a copy on this guy. And then bring it back into here. Curve to points. I want these mesh lines to be rotated on this curve here. Points. Into there. Curve to points. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this system doesn't matter. All right, so we go to that. Okay, we go to length, and then this tangent goes into this rotation here. Right? Okay, so we do Y, Z. Kind of. Hmm. Not quite what I'm thinking of. Why? This is what I need. Okay. So now I want to do a transform geometry. And this guy will move around the grid itself that I want it to. And this one will rotate it on the Y by... On the Y? Yes. Perfect. Okay, so this will be a 90 degree. There we go. So now we have all of these grids that are on these lines facing outwards, dependent on how big I want the cube to be. So as this grows in size, so does the circle, and all of these are just squares right there. If I go to this thing here, you can see that the square gets smaller, so does the number of pathways, but that can just increase through this mesh line right here. But as I increase this, all those squares just kind of stay together, and that's what I'm looking for, is all of those. So now what I can do is this realize instance in here. Realize sample, cool. Good, good, good. So now I need to remove a bunch of these guys depending on a certain noise texture, which is what we got from the deep slate. This count here, we can bring this guy up a little bit. I want to delete or separate some of this geometry based on some parameters. So if we take this guy, plug in our geometry to here to separate geometry, then we should be able to get something back from here as we move around the position, I believe. Yes? Alright, not quite yet. Vector rotate value. What is this valuing? Position. Up and down, I think it needs to grab. Save! Give it a save. Will do, by Jove. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's add to the position. Let's do an actual just an add to the position. Nothing crazy. I'm going to take the position, and we want to plug it back into here. And we want to say, hey, let's go up and down and see if we can find something that will actually separate this. No. 1,000. Okay, and negative 1,000 something. Okay, none of that is happening. Okay, nothing's happening. Nothing is happening. Why the heck not? Okay. Nothing changes. We're gonna put you at 0. We're gonna put you at 0. We're gonna plug in the position into this guy. Let's actually just plug this into that guy and see if this changes things. Oh, nope. Okay. Alrighty. What if we did this? No, nothing happens. Why is it not separating this geometry? Subtract. It's not separating it at all. Currently, everything is being selected. Nope, nothing below a line. Okay, what have I done? Separate geometry. Oh, by instance. That's why. Good lord. No wonder I'm not doing anything. 0. Okay. Ledor. Ledor. Alrighty. Now we want to take this ad, plug this in, and see what we get. Okie dokie. We want to bring down this scale, I guess, right? Let's bring down this scale to, like, nearly a 1. What? Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. There we go. This is what we're looking for. Okay. So now we have a location for the fire to be at, and we can scale this guy to make it a little bit more, random. There we go. And there we go. So now we have this there. Let's go ahead and bring down this scale. Let's bring down this scale. This is not the type of scale that we want. Come on. There we go. There we go. There's a fire-eating texture. Perfect. So this is what I want. I want something like this, and then this way we can just W this, kind of. I'm wondering if, actually, I wonder if I can take this position. Its position, because this is the position thing can change for whatever the heck we want. We can give it a position, and then we can just... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Then the fire kind of rises. There we go. So now we have an activation of the magic kind of going upwards. There we go. And as it goes upwards, it kind of just removes itself from existence, because we can bring this count up a bit, and we can see the thing kind of just dissolving, because the possibility for the things to be there does exist, but not there. So this guy can actually be tied to some sort of like time, scene time, and we can put a combine XYZ to it. And we can plug the seconds into the Z, and then the Z, that into there. And then that will give... Oof, wow. Okay, I'm glad you couldn't hear that. I just killed myself. Okay. Okay. That is not going in the right direction. We want to do a upward direction, which is math. Math, and we want to do a... multiply by -1. -1 will send that in the reverse direction. Alright, so now we have the fire going upwards, which is good. This is what we want. But we don't have any texture to it currently. Alright, so we could also speed this up. We want to be able to increase the time on this, so let's do a multiply by 3. If we multiply it by 3, that'll speed it up, and then we can plug this guy onto the outside. And we can call this one speed. Speed, and then Man, that works good. That works good. That works real good. I love that. Okay, so that changes the speed of it, and then we want the ability to appear it and disappear it. So I think if we were to do a vector rotate add. Okay, yeah. Alright, so I think this one will do us good. Let's do a negative 18. Negative 18, and then this way. I think this will work perfectly for our issues here. Is that this actually kind of goes upwards a bit. So if we do this can kind of go upwards and downwards like this. But we can do a near like that. Okay. So that that removes things downwards, and that's kind of what I'm looking for, is to kind of remove it downwards. Alright, that works. It's just Piter. Welcome on in, Piter. What are you making? I'm making a magic activation. And I'm trying to figure out something that's sort of fire-ishy and sort of magic-y. And we're getting there. Because this type of, this thing that's selected, this orange thing, just having it on that. Kind of delete some pixels here. If we go to here, you can see some of them. You can see kind of them rising up and just disappearing, which is good. It's good. Getting there. Now I need the pixels to be kind of separated by color. And this is where I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. What I want is the separation to determine on certain factors. If how does it subtract? So this subtract, what does this do? Okay, so this sort of does it. Sort of does it, not quite. And I think that might be okay. I think that might be okay. We're going to give that a shot. I'm going to make several textures for these things. I'm going to give it at least do I want it to be red? Red to a crimson? It might be good to make it sort of like a bright red to a dark crimson as the color. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go from this sort of red to that sort of crimson. Okay. So let's start off at least a little bit in the purple and see where we can go from here. As well as having we're going to have some emission from this color as well. Let's bring in a RGB. I want this RGB because we just want a single node. What? Nope. Nope. I want that color. That color. There we go. That color into there. And then also into emission. And then that will be our main color for the fire. Orca Stereo, hey, how's it going? Let's do an SO for you. SO at work.
Shout out.
The Foxo says to go check out at Orchesteria.
At Orca Stereo. We want to set material. How you doing, Orc? What are you up to? Any projects that are funds? Let's do a we want to do, we're going to call this fire 000, or magic fire. Magic fire dot 000. I'm going to do that, and this is going to be our set material for this guy. Into there. Magic fire. Count. There we go. Okay. Now we need to have some sort of emission on it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That seems about right. And now we want to do another selection, I guess, on top of this one. How does this work? Doing good. Thank you very much for the follow there, Luke Plays. I appreciate the follow. 1, 3, 2, 4. We have this separate material, but maybe I should have another one that is before that one. Let's grab another magic fire material. Magic fire. And we're going to make this one a little bit darker. So we separate this, and we turn the RGB into a more of a red and a little bit darker. Like that. And I want to, if I can do this properly, we're going to put you here. The first one will go into here. And then the next one will come out as that. So there should be some that is... Some of that needs to turn into... Hello? There we go. Some of that needs to turn into the other material. And I'm trying to select something that is not that. Okay. What if instead of this, this may not be the right way to do this. What does it subtract at? Oof. 4. Okay, so this subtract needs to be at 4, and then I need to re-plug back everything. 0.4. Plug everything back. And then put that in there, and then plug this up there. Okay. Back to normal. Kind of. Back to normal. Okay, so that's this material, but now I want something that's similar to it, but not quite there. We want to separate the material, and we want to kind of make it a little bit different. So let's set material, and let's make that magic fire 1, right? That might be an easier way to do this. So selection, plug it into here, plug it into there. And then this should, let's remove the knot. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. We're going to do a search and a join geometry. Oh, boy. All the lags. All the lags. Alright, so we have this. We want to join this with that. Something that is not that. Ah, here we go. Okay. Does it double up though? Yeah, it does double up. Okay, so we don't want that. We want something from that selection that is not that. So I'm trying to grab just a small section of that and saying that's what we want. Is it the inverse? That might be it. Yeah, if we get rid of that, it's still doubling up. All right. So we have two. Whoa, we have two different selections, kind of. This one and this one. Okay, so that one's actually the one that's being separated properly. And then why is that one being? Wait, what? Oh no. Okay. My bad. Okay, so this is being separated properly. This one is not. Okay. Okay. I get you. All right, so now if I do this, does it maintain its texture? It does not. But we can fix that. We can remove this and say, hey, this can go into there. There we go. Okay. Well, it doesn't select as much as I want because it's not really selecting the problem. Let's see here. If I bring this down to a 0.03, still doesn't do it. Let me do a 0.0. Okay, that goes into the negatives. But it doesn't remove enough. 0. What if... So it adds a little bit of texture to it, which is fine, but I want a little more out of it. Want a little bit more. How do we do this? Get more out of it. Interesting. Started learning Blender 2 days ago. Good job. It's a long process, that's for sure. Mainly because there's like several different ways to do things, and sometimes doing something, if you want one result and there's multiple ways to do things, sometimes it's the different ways to do something are hard to memorize, for sure. Doing good. What about you? Was playing some Elden Ring, and now am beat. Yeah. Which Soul game were you playing last time? I was playing number 1 because my coworker wants me to die. So we're being rather friendly about it. He wants to watch me fail at the game, just because it's funny. But yeah, so he bought me Dark Souls Remastered. Yeah, the first one. So he spent the $30 to actually get me the game. So, I'm going to be playing through the series, the whole thing. I'm going to be playing through, he's told me that number 1 is good, and then number 2 does a deviation, and then the number 3 comes back. But I'll probably be going through number 2 anyways. Which build are you making? I went kind of thiefy, Dex build. I didn't know anything about the game, but I knew I like to be kind of sneaky. Not that you can actually be sneaky in the game. I mean, you can walk, which is about as much sneak as you can do. But yeah, I'm doing more of the backstab type deal. He tells me that this is probably the easiest build to do, so I'm glad that I chose it. He didn't tell me that the little relic that I got, the Master Key, was meant for, like, people that are speed running the game. That most of the time when I use the Master Key, it's going to be going into an area that I'm not supposed to be. So here I am, running around through all of these areas that I'm not supposed to be in. Just going, what am I doing? Huh? I haven't even beaten the Bell Tower Gargoyle yet. But yeah, I finally got to the Bell Tower Gargoyle. I like my sorceresses. Yeah, I don't have any spells yet. I'm hoping that I can possibly get something. Take off, Griffin. Be safe. Take care. Take off. Take off. Fly away. Good night.
Good night. Sleep tight.
Serendipitous chaos with the Master Key. Yeah. Serendipitous. We need to... So, yeah, I'm playing the game rather blind. I decided to go rather blind into it. And I'm enjoying it because I get to experience some of the things without going through all of these. Read them up. It's just like, oh, this is the best thing to do. This is the best thing to do. And it's just like, I'd rather experience the game. So I'm glad I'm going through it and rather blind. I spent a lot of time on the skeletons before I realized I don't need to do that. And just went through, and then I was like, oh, these zombies are so much easier than these skeletons. I built up a lot of skill on how to kill skeletons that when I got to the zombies, they were a bit easier. A bit easier. Like, oh god. So now I need to. I have somewhat of this, but this is not helping me. I was hoping to remove some of these in some form. If I plus this and then subtract from this. I can kind of get where I'm going, what I want for this. Add more. Okay, I might be able to do a little bit more out of this. Alright, let's do another subtract on this guy. This is going to be on top of this guy. So... Set material, set material. We want to remove from this section here. We want to separate here, and we want to Oop, we'll put this in, and then this one is going to be that one. Whoop. Magic fire. Magic fire. Meow. Don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody know that birded the word. Bird. Birded the word. Okay. So we want another magic fire, and we want it to be darker. So let's grab another magic fire. Magic fire. Separate. And we want it to be a darker crimson. And we want to add a little bit of a alpha to it. Settings. We want blend mode, shadow mode none, and we want blend mode hashed. There we go. And we want to put that on the other magic fires actually too. We want to put shadow mode none, and then alpha mode or blend mode hashed. And then this fire one we want to put in there too. Blend hashed, shadow mode none. Okay, good. So we have these different magic fires. Let's put you as magic fire 2, I think, right? Okay. Yeah, here we go. Switch these around. So this one goes to there, and then this one goes to here. There we go. There we go. At least the tricolor helps out so much with that. Look at that. That is so much better. So much better. We want a little bit of alpha in some of these. So these guys are going to come down within the alpha there. This one's going to have a bit of alpha as well. And I might want to make this magic fire this thick one here. I'm going to make that a little bit of alpha fire. There we go. There we go. I think that does pretty well. Give this a save. Not able to see the speed. Not able to see the speed unless I go to something like this. Yeah. Now you can kind of... So now you can see kind of like the fire that's kind of going on. But it's separated a bit, so that way we have the ability to increase the noise, make it come up and go down, and completely disappear. Those are kind of the controls we're going for here. So, all right, let's go with figuring out how we want this to activate. Hey Puka, hope you're well. I have a question for you. In a prior stream, you were saying that Minecraft animations you like to make are ones that follow the way Minecraft is played as a game. Yeah, sort of. Not so much played as a game. I kind of like to keep to the style of Minecraft. So, I try to stay closer towards that. So that way, if things transition for some of my clients from game to movie, it's not a completely different look. That's what I kind of meant. Game is played. You mentioned the Stephen Alex series as an example. Yes, because you can tell definitely that it's... I mean, that is in a more line of no bendy arms and kind of like a jump transitions where they kind of bouncy. They're a little bit more bouncy and unrealistic. That's kind of more of the idea of Minecraft. Wanted to ask, is that only what you prefer to make? But do you enjoy watching some of the stylized cinematic animations as well as that isn't a style you would prefer to make?
Yes, I do enjoy most styles of Minecraft animations. I There are some that I don't particularly enjoy. Nothing really comes to mind, but some of the things I definitely enjoy are more towards like element animation. That one there is kind of the direction that I go towards, is like element animations. It has the textures that are from the game. It has most of the shapes from the game, and it uses some of the ideas of the game mechanics from the game. So that way, because some of the clients that I have, when they transition from their gameplay to the animation, I want it to be recognizable. Sometimes when you transition from like the game to the animation, the character almost is unrecognizable. Like some of the features are very changed, super changed, that it's just like, is that the same person? Like, I don't know who this is. I guess a good example of this is something that I actually enjoy, but a good example of this is Captain Sparkles, the Thrill of the Night. I'm trying to remember what his first music video was. But when it changed to Captain Sparkles, with him singing, his character singing, I didn't recognize who that was because of the mouth and how wide and stuff it got. It didn't quite register to me that, oh, that's Captain Sparkles. I thought this was just some celebrity. Like, I mean, not that Captain Sparkles isn't a celebrity, but I just registered that as, oh, celebrity person. That's all I saw it as. I didn't see that as him until I connected the dots. It's just like, it was completely outside the realm of what I thought I was looking at. So yeah, I try to do that just so that people understand what they're looking at. And I guess that comes from the fact that I've had a background in photography, art photography, and when I've had to present some of my projects to the class, I would say, here is my project, and people wouldn't understand what they're looking at. They would be like, what am I looking at? And I would consider that, and the teacher would consider that, kind of a failure in order to actually bring across your point. If they look at something, they need to know, that's a fox person, or that's a horse. If they have no idea what they're looking at, they need, if they have no idea what Minecraft is, they need to be able to look at it and go, that's what's happening. They need to have that ability to be instinctual and be like, that's what's happening. So that's what I strive for, is instinctual understandings. Because this over here is kind of like what we're going for. We want it to have like a style of fire and have it be kind of rising up. But we don't want it to look exactly like fire. We want it to kind of like be an example of like magical fire. And the color and the texture and how it will rise up will identify it as magic, but its texture will be fire, so people will assume that it's demonic energy. People will just make that leap
And that's what I'm kind of going for there. Because let's be honest, some of the people that watch this are basically my parents, and my parents need to be able to look at this and identify.
What's going on here now? Is this guy a good person?
And I mean, like, if he has red glowing eyes and surrounded by fire and a pentagram with strange symbols, do you think it's the good guy? But that's just my personal take on these things. Sounds like the good guy to me. Yeah, some people would say that. Becca, if you're here lurking. Like and Phoenix, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Alrighty, so we got the movement of the fire that we want. Now we need to figure out how it's supposed to now we need to see how it's supposed to emanate, speed up, because I think we need to have this move a little bit faster. Okay, let's speed this up a lot. Alright, and then so that's the removal of the fire. So we need, so the speed stays there. The count doesn't matter too much right now for this, but radius, okay. So now we need to figure out what type of thing we need in order to move up and down our selection here, because it's not this, I don't think. I think it's this. No, is it the scale? Kind of. No, that's not it. Vector rotate, add. Multiply. Okay, so that's the speed of the noise. Okay. This moves the actual thing up and down. Okay, I think that's not where I want that to be. The scale. Okay, so the positioning of the position of this. Okay, so that's just the texture. This determines how big the texture is. If I increase this a lot and then move this up. Okay, that's kind of what we're going for. Okay, so we're going for kind of an up and down here. So okay, so we want to grab this scale and plug it into there. This is kind of this is kind of what we're going for here. So we want to increase that count just a little bit. All right. So that goes there. So as long as the scale goes up and this comes down, it kind of stays in a limbo state. I'm wondering if I can somehow keep both of that. I'm wondering if we can somehow keep both of those and also move them separately. Alright, I think I got a plan here. I got a plan. We want these two factors to control the size of it. But I want them to kind of work in unison on one movement and then work differently on another. So if I return these guys to 0, nothing. And I move this up or down. Ah, there it is. Okay, so that's 0. That's where that guy is at. Okay. And then this scale kind of makes it crazy. Alright, so we want a default on this thing as a negative 8. No. We don't need a default. That's right. We don't need a default because it already we can already separate it if we need to. We want the ability to scale it in another way. I want if I have a value, let's grab some math. If I have a value that takes this guy and then right, we have one value coming in. One value coming in here. That's where that value is coming in. Okay. This one is going to be chaos. That one's going to be chaos. But to get a chaos and kind of just like keep it in the same spot, it needs to do a sort of calculation where it takes that chaos and adds in these numbers. So right now chaos needs to be at 0 for both of these guys as it comes in, right? So we have this guy and then we have this guy come on in, scale, and then this one is also going to be an addition to this one. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Foline. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what we have is one element that is currently being one float that is affecting both of these.
Bomb exploding. Keep clear.
And we want the Z to have whatever number is coming in to be a negative. So we want to take this guy, multiply it by -1, and we want to plug it into the multiply, and then that will be our chaos number. So if we bring this guy up, it should stay in the same position while making it more chaotic. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Math, everybody. Math. Because what we want is for this guy to kind of be chaotic here. There we go. Negative. So it kind of spreads out its chaos in both directions. That's kind of what we're going for. And then what I can do is kind of like have it move up, and more chaos in that direction. And then as this spell disintegrates, I can have the chaos reduce itself and also move down here. So it will rise up. Let's see here if we can do this. So we have this guy pulled down here, out of sight. And we have the chaos at 0. Okay? And then we have the... There you go. Moving on up. How do we do this? We have the chaos increase. Oh, wait, no, hold on. We want to do the, not just the chaos, but the scale and the Z-axis. Those are the two that we want. Okay. And then it goes up on the z-axis right there, and then the chaos comes out. And then we might want to do a bit more in that direction. So we move it up more and do more chaos. Okay, there we go. And then those will set there, so that way the fire should come upwards. Fwum. Yeah, there we go. Fwum. And then that'll burn for a little bit. Okay, and then like the limited options that we have, and then it goes fwum. And then maybe a little bit shorter, and then they all need to return back down to 0. So, yeah, there we go. Because now it kind of like rises up with this, and then I think we need to have the speed move a little bit faster than the movement, because the fire kind of moves with it. Still moves with it. Let's move the speed faster. There we go. Whoom. There we go. Good. So now it rises up, but now there's little particles that change instead of falling with it. And then the particles still rise up as it goes down. So it's basically a fire that will ignite and then put itself out. Whoom. Yeah, there we go. That's the type of pixelated fire that we're looking for. So now, this thing is able to be scaled. This is what we want. We want to take this guy, and we want to apply the same system. If we just duplicate this guy, we can move this over to here. Put this sort of where Tango's going to be. And then we can also duplicate the system, and we can increase the radius. Okay, we can bring down the size of, or bring up the size of the squares, so that way we're not using too much. And then this thing can go to a different scale here, where we bring the thing up a bit. Yeah, then this moves the line up, and we can add in more chaos and scale to this. More chaos. There we go. And then this way the fire goes in both directions. We can maybe increase the size of the that scale. Let's bring the noise scale outside as well, because this is procedural. So let's go ahead and change this guy down a bit so that we can see more of a pattern for fire instead of just random dots, which kind of reminds me of what is it, Pixelated Heart? Yeah, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. There we go. There we go. Whoops. 0.1. And then move it up. Move it up, and then more chaos. And then move it down. 0.1. There we go. There we go. All right, so now the flame comes up to this point, and it is at least there. Length. here we go. Should call this like grid size. Grid size. There we go. Grid size, and I should call this count. I could call this tall. There we go. And then now we have a thing that will completely encompass Tango's house with the same type of magic initiation. That's where we're at. Cool. Getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Now we want this to go to here. There we go. And we want this to go all the way over to here, where the house will be enveloped by that magic. Okay, and then this one will initiate when Puka gets stabbed. Okay, and then we'll put you over here. Okay, and we'll grab those points and we'll grab them and put them over here, where we will have the activation for when he becomes a zombie and also when he comes back to life. So we will have this, and we'll want this radius to be a little bit smaller so we can bring this guy down. So the summoning circle for this thing is there, and we can bring the probably the count and the height down as well. All procedural. All nicely procedural. The real Black Fang, hello. Hey, Puka, finally got to see Impy's 19. That comic you did was amazing. Thank you. Keep up the great work. Love to see the amazing magic you do. Well, we are technically working with magic today. Demonic magic, mind you. Demonic magic that the horses are summoning on in. Stupid fairy infused, no, demonic infused fairy horses. That's what they are. Demonic infused fairy horses. There we go. Now we have a radius for that magic, and we can actually bring down the size of the thing here. If we want to, we can also bring down the height of this, because it doesn't need to go up all the way there. We can bring down this height a bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Bring down the chaos a bit too, because this chaos doesn't need to be all over the place. Just need it in some of this section here. So let's bring this down to here. There we go. There we go. And then there we go. Cool. So now we have an initiation of the magic circle from when it's spread. Perfect. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Well, all right. So the magic now there works. What is the next thing that I need to work on here? Do I want any other effect besides just that circle on that? Do I want any other type of effect? So they toss the sword in there. And it initiates. It also needs to be kind of on the ground here. And inside the circle. Or around the circle, at least. There we go. We can increase the grid size here a little bit, or decrease the grid size so that we can get a little bit more pixels in there. And then we can bring down the speed if we want, so that way we can see a little bit more of it. Perfect. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay, so we have those now. What do I want to work on? I'm wondering if we need other effects happening here. Like, do we need more than just that effect? I feel like I do need something else, but I don't know what. I'm unsure. Yeah, I'm unsure if I want that. I mean, right now it kind of looks flat, but once I go into the textured mode, it kind of is... no, it is still kind of flat there, too. I don't know. How do I want to handle this? Huh. I didn't realize that the separation of this actually is a little bit more than I... What is going on? Huh. Put it up to there, but apparently the coloring is not where I thought it would be. Might have to have a slider for that. We'll find out later. Let's see here. How do I want to change this? Maybe the changing is in the scale down here. It might be. Might be the changing in that scale down there. And I'll have to figure out stuff with that, but that's okay. That's for later. Let's see here. I'm thinking maybe another layer of this just kind of muted? Maybe? Do I want another layer of this but muted? I don't know. If I were to have another ring of this thing, like if I were to have realize instances, let's put a dot here. Let's do a join geometry. Hello, that is not what I did. Okay, there we go. Join geometry. What if we were to do another one of these guys, but the radius was bigger? Okay, so let's take this guy, move it up. Alrighty. How would this look? So let's take all of this, duplicate. What did you just do? Duplicate it. Okay. We want the grid size. We want the this guy goes to the curved circle. And then we have the mesh line. Plug that in. Okay. So those are the three main things that come out of that. Yeah, those are the three main lines that come out of that. And then We want to increase the radius on this guy and see what happens. So, curved circle. Okay, let's do a math. Let's do a math. And we just want to add onto this. Curved circle, and we just want to add onto this guy, and then plug this into the join geometry. Kind of. I mean, it kind of adds to the layering. Kind of. I'm not certain. I think that helps, but it doesn't do everything that I want it to. It helps give it some sort of extra, there, but I'm not sure if it does everything I want it to. Like just having it right next to each other as each other there. That does enough differentiation. Increasing the scale even helps out, keeping them just slightly different. Just different enough. Which is nice, I like that. I do want, I guess, some sort of, like, particles. But what do I want? Do I want another type of color on there? I can't tell. Do I want a sprouting of runes? That might help. If I have, like, just a text, just kind of, the Minecraft text just kind of, like, popping up, that might work. How do we... Would that do what I want it to? Because then I could have the runes also be a different color, if I wanted them to. Alrighty, how do I want those runes to kind of, like, emit? How do I want to emit those runes? Do I get a completely different geometry node system? I could. I could get in a completely different geometry node system of, like, the smoke or something like that, and just kind of, like, put that into this. Maybe not this circle. Yeah, maybe the circle and the other one can be just separate, and I just use runes for it. Stretch. Oh, stretch. Interesting. I might want to do that. If I could have some sort of, like, explosion of runes, I guess, and they kind of just like dissipate like fireworks. Might use the fireworks node and just replace those with that. Okay, what do I have in terms of this? Okay, so now I have a direction of what I want to do. I want to get some runes, and I want to kind of like have them explode like a fireworks and then kind of dissipate slowly as such. Do I want the fireworks node, or do I want to make something else new? Let's take a look at... Open. Let's take a look at our assets. Blender assets, and we want Puka. Puka effects. We're gonna take a look at this because we have a bunch of effects in here, and we have a bunch of simulation nodes that we can use. So we have tons of simulation nodes. Well, by tons of simulation nodes, I mean like we have one simulation node that can be applied to many different scenarios. So we have the wind generator, which I'm probably going to be using for the Langolier section. We have the water one here, and we have the smoke one here. What is this? Okay, that's snowfall. Interesting. Okay. The smoke. Dampening? What is the dampening? Whoa. File, open recent, Puka effects. Yep, don't save. We want to go over to this, and we want to bring up the dampening. Alright. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Okay. Let's bring it down. Okay, and then if we do the velocity up, okay. And that can do an explosion, right? So if we bring the dampening to here, okay, then that brings it to a point and then stops. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so let's bring in the smoke simulation node. Let's bring that one in, and we can do that this way. Assets, and then we want to grab effects, and then we want to bring on in a smoke simulation node. We might be able to use the one that's on top of Sassy. Where's that one at? Sassy, and then pretty horses, blast furnace, fan, chisel bit pipe. Where is? Oh, Sassy. I was on Snarky. Okay, blast furnace. Here we go. Cube, no. Okay. Item, geometry. I want this. Where is this guy? Blast furnace. Okay. Oh, that's right. There. It isn't there. Right. There is a node somewhere. Smoke simulation node. Okay, there's that one, but not the one I want. Hype train. MC Octogen can do. Let's add you to the hype train then. Blender. Open up this dude. Running so many programs. Let's kill at least a couple of these. Back up. We want 3D rendering projects, Puka projects. Puka projects, there it is. One time stream assets, here we go. And then hype train 2, open. Let's and get rid of this. Yeah, we'll just probably bring in another simulation node instead. Nope. I forgot what was in that one. Oh gosh. Nope. Okay. Nope. Come on. There we go. Okay. We want... I think this one is an okay one to use. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we got this guy, and this guy. And we don't want local. We want global. And we want to move this guy back. Right to there. We want to grab the Corrales. Here. We can. There we go. Move him back. We have Octogen, where we will put your name into the skin finder. Hopefully we'll find you. There you is. Alrighty. Purpley shirt. With what looks to be creeper socks or slime purple socks. Okay. Now all we need to do is change this. Separate the skin. Grab this. And then we want to do... I want to move you from downloads. Downloads. Put you into... Friend skins. See. 3D rendering. Textures. Minecraft skins. Friend skins. There we go. And then we should be able to find you with a refresh and modification date. There you is. I think that this is you. There you are. Minimize this. Purpley top, black trousers. Yeah, it's you. You look to be like a Alex skin, so let's change that over. Come here. Come here. There it goes. Alex-shaped arms, and we want the Alex-shaped skin there. Perfect. Good. Let's make sure the train is long enough for that. Okay, and now we make sure that the ending stops there. Alright. And we are now up to 159 carts of passengers. That is our current count on the hype train. 159 people have decided to add their skins to the hype train. Let's go ahead and rewind this a little bit here. I forgot about that. Oh. We have fun on these, by the way. Alright, let's give this a save. Make sure that once we're done today, I can render this on up. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and just get ourselves a whole new simulation node. And we're going to be using that for these. So, smoke simulation. Here it is. Let's bring you on in, put you there. Perfect. Collision. I don't think I need it. But we're going to remove these there, and we're going to move the smoke into position that we want. Let's go ahead and go to a time when this actually activates. Alright, here we go. So this activates about right here. Right there is when I want to start and bring it on in. So let's have a pause up until then. And then we can bring it in on the unpause. There we go. And now I want to make sure that this node system has no bake inside of it. So delete bake. And then go back to layout. Okay, so it currently doesn't have any bake. And then as it comes in, alright. Kind of. Is there a way to tell it that it... Custom range. Ah, okay. Custom range. Here we go. We want to go from frame whatever the heck we're at first, which is 152. Copy. To whatever we need later on. Hello. There we go. Okay, so now let's go ahead and delete the bake. And then where are we right now? Here we are. Alright, good. So now the bake doesn't start when I pull this thing past this point. I might be able to drag it around and figure out exactly how I want this thing to work. Harry, hello. What software do you use to animate? I use Blender. It is well within my budget of free. Seeing as that I am not quite the rich man that I so desperately pray for, I work with free. Most of what you see on the stream is free. Blender, what is it? Motion? Motion is also free. This little program right here that allows me to move around a 3D space. This is free. The little avatar thingy that I have, there is a free version of that. The two games that you see on here, those two are not free. What is it, the Rusties and stuff? Yeah, those aren't free. But yep, most of it's free. Yeah, it is. Free is definitely a good price. I try to do that just so that anybody that sees my stuff and says, hey, I can do better than that, and yeah, you probably could. So that way they can get a jump on in. Inspiring is always a fun task to be at. Inspiring. So I want a bunch of smoke to explode outward, because we're going to start with smoke, and then we're going to trail backwards. So smoke starts there. And then we want this thing to... Well, smoke starts here. We want to do a velocity. Velocity of all directions. Yes, here we go. So we want velocity of all directions of... Who cares what? Actually, we care a little bit. So let's do all directions. Max velocity and min velocity. This should toss it in like any direction. If I do min and max, it should toss it like all in a sphere type direction. We want to put the dampening onto just below like 9 or something like that. Okay, there we go. That's something. We do need more velocity and more dampening, so heck of a lot more velocity and heck of more velocity there too. Heck a lot. Okay, good. Now let's bring the dampening down a little bit more so that it will stick somewhere in the middle of the air. Alright, a little bit too much dampening. There it goes. Good. Okay, so now the effect is actually going in every direction. That's kind of what we're going for. We're wanting to go in every direction and kind of just stick in the middle of the air there. So, but we do want the initial start density to be pretty high and the density spawned to be nil. So we don't want anything spawned afterwards. And we want the lifetime to be smaller. So particle lifetime, we want to bring that down to like maybe just under 100 frames. Nope, still too long of sticking in the air. There we go. Yep, okay, so particle density start. Let's up that real high. Plush. We might want a little bit of extra afterwards. So let's bring this guy down and then have a lot of extra afterwards and then shut it down quickly. Yeah, okay. So if we have an initial burst of particles and then we kind of squeeze that down a bit here to there, that will kill all of the particles off pretty quickly. But have some of them be different amongst them, so they're not all the same particle. I want to get into animating, but I don't understand it. It's definitely something that's that requires some learning too. There is some tutorials that I follow, but most of the stuff I find are like single-use type tutorials, like, hey, how do I make this type of like fire as a texture, or how do I make a certain type of simulation node or something like that. They're very specific. A general understanding of how a program works helps. So I would suggest looking up Blender Guru and the Donut. That is mostly where people start. Let's see here. Blender Guru. And look up the Donut. Yep. Because that is where most people start with Blender. It helps incorporate very few things of Blender, but allows you to be comfortable with the layout. So creating a fantastic donut isn't actually what you're aiming for, but just understanding where some tools are located within the program are. It's just like, okay, I know where this is now. I don't need to really focus my attention onto it. You can just do a little bit of something in each of the steps. But yeah, Blender Guru Donut. And then it will help you get comfortable with it. And once you get comfortable with it, then you start exploring it. And then you start figuring out exactly what you want to do. Because I'm in now the stage where there doesn't seem to be a tutorial for what I want to do. Ever. There is never a tutorial for what I want to do. And I have to kind of like take ideas and kind of like combine them in order to make something that I want. Because not everybody out there is like looking for... it's like, you can do this with Minecraft inside Blender. So, not everybody does that. So I have to make up my own tutorials. All right. So there we go. We got a particle explosion that kind of dampens and then kind of like dampens down. So now what I want to do is I want to take these particles and I want to give a collection to them. They need emitters, smoke particles, campfire, steam, smoke spy. It doesn't look like we have enchanting book particles, so I'm gonna give it that. Let's take a look at what we have here. We want enchantment book particles, and we want to put them into the emitters here. So we will library books. Yeah, okay. We want to grab assets, and we want to grab single particles. So I have here inside my effects. Here we go. Inside my effects, there should be single particles. And I want to bring on into emitters the alphabet, the enchantment particle alphabet. So this guy, what this guy does is it's just all of the A through Z standard galactic alphabet. And this guy is going to be my collection for the smoke. Geometry nodes. Go. And then, actually, let's go to layout. We want instanced collection. We want to grab enchantment particles 1. Oh, I do have it somewhere in here. Okay. Instance switching on and off. Single and collection. Collection. Okay. We have the enchantment particles in there. Is this not the right one? Enchantment particles 2. Instance switching. Why am I not switching over to it? Instanced object? Oh, that's the problem. Duh. That's a problem. Let's go on back. Go on back. We need to head back real far. All of this was in vain. There we go. There we go. Much better. Enchantment particles too. There we go. Now it should be able to do something, shouldn't it? Select on this. And then this should change into enchantment particles 02. Okay, and now we go from... Oh, internal smoke. Right. We turn off internal smoke, and then this will go down. There we go. And then if we go to here... There we go. Cool. Now those particles explode. They're all facing the correct direction. We want them to be a little bit bigger. So let's do a... We have random scale on and off. We do want the scale multiplier to be a little bit larger. Because we want to be able to see those. Hold on. Not like that. Okay. Scale multiplier. There we go. Alrighty, seems legit, but I feel like there's still a problem with this. Let me see if I can fix this. I feel like there's too many of the same symbol at once. And I do have somewhat of a system in here to fix that. So let's go ahead and bring down even further the particles that are to be emitted here. What's this? What value is this that it's moving? Oh, okay. Pause and unpause. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, there's still too many of the same symbol. I don't like that. Let me bring down the value all the way down to 0, and then let's bring down this value pretty far as well. Okay. That is way too many. We're gonna need to bring this down. Ah, I see why that is. Okay, I see why that is. It's because of my frame rate. My frame rate is having a problem with this, right? That's a lot of symbols. Alrighty, so maybe what we need to do is bring down the initial explosion, and then that will help our sequential ones. Better, but not yet there. Because, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. We're gonna need to bring down that initial one even further. There we go. I think this one's better. There we go. And then looking at this in color. Smoke color. That's right. We're gonna need to change this one to something. And hello. Uh-oh. Come on, computer. We're dying. Tutorials are the friends we made along the way. Obviously. Let's grab this and do enchantment particles. Enchanting particles, there we go. I put you on enchanting particles. Instance solution material. Stop that. Yeah, this is the right one. Are the initial ones not? I don't know. They should be able to have a texture on them. Why aren't you changing? Let's see here. Geometry nodes. Oh, that's internal. Right. Okay, never mind. My bad. Okay, so maybe the enchantment particles do need a type of texture. Emitters, enchanting particles. Here they are. You do not have a material. Okay, here we go. So we need to go to here. Go to enchanting particles, put on this one, and then we can manipulate it to purple. No, blue. Cyan. Probably we'll go with a cyan. It's kind of a contrast to the red. Or do we want to go into a green? We might want to go into a green. Yeah, we might want to go into a green. Yeah, let's be in a green, and then that will do. Yeah. Ah, okay, that's right. I can't determine how the particles look if we don't go at the right frame rate. Keep forgetting. I want to go into geometry nodes and do a delete bake, right? Delete. Good. Yeah, all of those symbols, some of those symbols are just being cut off by the fire, which is good. Because then that cuts down on what you can see for the number of symbols. Plus some of them go into the ground, so you don't get to see those. And then they eventually start to die out. Yep, they're already dying out. So I think that's a good particle system. Yeah, and then it's barely even seen. Yeah, it's barely even seen. Yeah, I think that's pretty good, actually. Yep, okay, good. It explodes and dissipates. Explodes, changes, dissipates. Perfect, I love it. What PC do you use? I use one that I have built like a couple years ago now. I don't even know what stats I have. What are my stats? I don't know. Settings. System. Clipboard, optional figures, about. Hardware. Hardware, keyboard. Hardware. System. No. Well, I have an AMD processor. I forget what type of motherboard I have. I have some sort of like somewhere in the 1,000 range NVIDIA, I think. And at least 64 bits of 64 bit. No. Gigs of RAM. 64 gigs of RAM. So, I have that. That, if that's what you're asking. And then I have, like, I don't know, 3 monitors right now, just so that I can keep up with streaming. Streaming is like crazy. Crazy. Oh my gosh, it's 6:30. It's 6:30. It's almost time. It's almost time. We got 20 minutes to work on this. Murphy's Law. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Murphy? I think it's been a while. Glad to see you back. Dabbled with After Effects, but I don't have anywhere near the talent to do intricate stuff. I don't know. Intricate stuff is kind of just time consuming, which is kind of where we're at right now, because we have most of the animation done, but we're now doing the intricate stuff. Making all of the particles and the fire of the magic kind of just like pop out, kind of just doing the things of the world that affect the game, not game, the animation. So we do want to remove the effects. Whoa. Not the effects, my bad. The emoters. There we go. There we go. And then, because we have the body motions, which I think is the more important part, is how does the body move? Like, getting across the emotion through the body is, like, extremely important to me. Horses. Can't live around them. Why are they here? Where's the Tango house at? Tango Tearaway House. Plop. Yeah, that is pretty loud. We're going to turn it down for you if I turn that on. Here. Oop, turn it down.
Yer-har! The Langolier pirate is here to set things right and collect the tators.
Whoop. Looks like he swore again. Ha, that'll bring in the DHOA real quick. Sorry, Puka, can't help you. No, we're not actually sorry. So you don't need this dress, huh?
Screw your dress.
That's one thing that I messed up on. There's this. It's a nice effect, but unfortunately, I didn't keep the focal length of the camera throughout this, and I should have. So we need to take this all the way over to about here. Actually, now that I see that, that's actually pretty good. Hold on. How can I use this for my advantage? Hold on. I like this kind of like zoom in feature here that we're having. All right, so we want the focal length to kind of be continuous throughout this whole thing, except definitely for this last section right here. Okay, so let's keep this focal length there, and let's go to each scene and start off with at least the one that I was looking at throughout this whole thing, which is this. And if we do, where's focal length at? There it is. Focal length, and then we want to go to at the start of each of these scenes and put in that. Okay, and then we want to put in that. Been around. That takes 90% of the time. Yep. Let's see here. We want that one. And then we want this there. And then we want this there. Just go to the beginning of each of these. Plug that in. Because I accidentally had changed the focal length to be a little bit bigger, which would kind of like squeeze down the area that you could see. And it was kind of moving at that time too, and I was kind of like, oh, that kind of intensifies the scene. I like that. Beginning. Alright, and then good. Good. There we go. Alright, so now at the end of each one of these scenes, I want to kind of like give it a different focal length than what I have. I want to kind of like squeeze on in, like the camera's moving on in here, but not too much. Kind of want to just give it an extra boost. So. And then move it on in a little bit here. Give it a focal length. Yeah. Not much, just a little bit of a push. There it goes. Okay. We want to bring that in. In your opinion, who is the best animator you know? Element Animations. I feel like they do a good job of encompassing the style of Minecraft along with adjusting it just enough so that you can animate it the way that you want to. I think Element Animation has it right on there. And I am proud to say that I didn't work with them, but I have some animation inside the same episode as them. As Zoomovoid had a, what was it, at the end of season 8, when each of the hermits had the animation of the moon crashing into Hermitcraft. That was Element Animations, but I think it was I think it was Doc M and Zoomovoid had an animation that I had done, both in the same episode as Element Animation. So I worked alongside them, technically. So I'm very proud that I have made it at least far enough that the animation can be placed alongside and not be condemned for being an absolute failure.
change.
Okay, and then really dead. Thanks. Element animation is their own element. Pun semi-intended, right? Technically, best type of technically is the best type of correct. Eh. Okay, and then we put the focal length there, and then another zoom in. Okay, good. So now we have a bunch of these zoom ins in these sections that will help kind of like give the scene some action.
And collect the tenors.
Whoops. Looks like he swore again. Ha, that'll bring in the DHOA real quick. Sorry, Luca, can't help you. No, we're not actually sorry. So you don't need this dress, huh?
Screw your dress.
Oh, look, there it goes. There goes another one. Look at all of these pretty outfits that we stole for you. Useless. Just because you wanted to get fat.
I'll look how I want to, and I'll eat how I want to. Your clothing attack has no effect on me.
I am not leaving until I get my payment. You want your money? Here.
Ah, flap.
Keep the change. Good? Really? Thanks. I owe you a favor. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh. I spent so many hours on just this section here. Just this section right here. Because I was not happy with it at all. Ugh. And thankfully, finally, this has turned out where we see all of the elements that we need to. Where we cut them up into pieces. Because I was trying to get it into one fluid motion or something like that. But then I realized, no, that's not going to be happening. But having it split up, where he, sword slips. He says, oh, the sword actually slips. He's surprised. The horses are surprised. Sword is in the face. Time kind of suspends at that time where all of the elements of the spell are supposed to combine in like a freeze of a moment, and then the whole magic of the house disappears. Geo girl, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Let's do a SO at a jungle. Geo.
Shout out.
The Foxo says to go check out at Joe Barrow.
Yeah, I said it correctly. Would you look at that? Poor Tango hasn't been through enough. Nope, hasn't been through enough. I'm using him as a weapon now. That's how that works, right? Use him as a weapon. What software do you use for Twitch? I use OBS to combine everything and send it out. The thing that I use for this guy right here, this is Motion. Motion is a fantastic little program that allows me to have a 3D space to put everything into. So that way I can have my little avatar, or other stuff can happen, like like, yeah, there we go. Like we can zoom in on the there we go. Did too many cameras at once. See the puppies that are sleeping? Got sleepy puppies. In the refrigerator there, the creeper refrigerator. Yeah. Going good. Just chilling at home with the kids at school. No problems. Weapons grade Tango. Oh, that's hilarious. I like that. Can't wait to get this done. Ugh. The fact that Tango has absolutely no idea what his voice lines from his stream were gonna be used for. Oh, perfect. I love the fact that he said yes to it unprompted. I love the fact that he said yes to it unprompted. Oh, that's going to be so good. Now, I don't know how to get the dress to move properly, and I'm thinking that... I'm wondering if I should just flatten the dress and then kind of like, attach it to like some sort of like hanger or something like that. Might be an idea. Yeah, putting it on some sort of like hanger and then... Oh, that's what I should do. I should make up a type of geometry that I can just put a type of skin onto it and I don't need to do too much else with it. It's just like, provide it with a skin, and it's already on the hanger. I don't have to manipulate some sort of, like, model or something like that. Yeah, that'll probably be the best. When you, when you got those voice lines from Tango, were you happy with how he reacted? Oh my god, I was ecstatic! Oh my gosh, I was ecstatic. The fact that I'm not sure if you were here when we played those lines. I gotta bring those in, hold on. Steampunk Parts Store, Hermit Side. There it is. Hermit Side. Was there anything you were hoping he would help your animation, or... Yeah, I was definitely happy with what I got. Let's move away the Tango house. Yeah. That was a project today. Goodness sakes. This thing, the one singular project that I am happy that we got done today is the demolishing of his house in this fashion. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that is so beautiful. So good. Alright. Oop. That's right. They're all just kind of standing around like this. Mainland. There it is. Mainland. And then...
You are receiving an interdimensional collect call from...
321 Pretty Horses.
The charges are one mortal flesh suit. Do you accept these charges?
Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun? I don't know what's being asked. Yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Then he dies.
Hey, Tango, it's us, Sassy and Starkey. Just wanted to ask you if we could borrow your house for a bit. Uh-oh, we got Tango's body here. What? Uh-oh. Tango, do not say anything if you would like us to have your house to keep. Long pause. Oh, awesome, Tango. Bye.
Best. Like, I mean, seriously, the best. Moth is immortal! Coming in with a raid party of 3. Welcome on in, guys. We're just about to head out here in about 4 minutes. Surprise! Let's do the SO for you. SO at Moth is immortal. Mouse, he was doing some
The
Valorant.
Foxo says to go check out. At Moth is immortal.
Hey! AI said it correctly. Would you look at that? Whereas I never do. Yeah, we were going over the fact that is like, are you happy with his lines that he said?
You are receiving an interdimensional collect call from
321 horses.
the charges are one mortal flesh suit. Do you accept these charges?
Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun? I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
Ah! Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh! It works so perfectly. So perfectly. I am so glad for those lines.
Do I accept the charges? Is that a horse pun? I don't know what's being asked. Yes, yes, I accept the charges. Is this a joke I'm not understanding?
He has no idea what's coming! He has no idea! Also the way, they are all, pelting each other. You know what I did accidentally? I deleted the cauldrons. I need to put the cauldrons back in. Let's do that before we leave today. We need to do that. We need the cauldron. Cauldron. Where's it at? Oh no, how does one spell cauldron? I always spell cauldron wrong. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let's bring in a cauldron. Then mainland. There we go. Let's put that in there. Let's move this into about the right position that we need it to be. About. We want it sort of in the right position. Alright, and then I kind of want to duplicate it and move it over one square. And then take these two and duplicate them and move it over one square. There we go. I don't have those working on... Okay, good. I don't. Good. Now we have cauldrons and we have water in them. We have two types of water, actually, in them. Not entirely intentional, but it'll work. Ah, there it is. There's what I'm looking for. Hold on. Sorry, Impulse. I'm getting rather too friendly with you, but I have to see this. Because I need to see exactly where these are lining up. Okay, and then let's grab these 4 cauldrons, and we want to kind of slide them around into this position here. There we go. Much better. Got a little too friendly with Impulse, but that's okay. Don't worry. It's all good. And right here is what you're talking about, right?
Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire.
Such a derpy that lives rent free in my head. Yeah, it does. Ugh. I cannot wait to get this portion of it done. This one's going to take a little while too because I got to do a bunch of animation for all 4 of them as they are just like because we got the hitting animations. The hitting animations are fine. We got that. But now we need to do kind of like the standing around and emotionals of what's happening, like watching Tango suddenly being sucked into some sort of soul vortex, I guess, and his house being beamed away. Because we do need to put in the house being absolutely destroyed as magic kind of encompasses it, and it's being teleported. Yeah, that'll be absolutely hilarious. As no, we want Tango's house. Tear away. Oh, whole house control. And then this comes moving down as everything just gets teleported away. And
And then comes in and sassy and snarky. Hey, Tango, just wondering if we can have your house for a little bit. Oh, nothing big. Just wondering if we can take your house. We already took it, but we're just wondering if we can have permission to do so. Right? Evie, time for me. It's almost 7 a.m. Yeah, it's now 7:01 for me now, too. Just woke up for a quick tea, cold in bedroom. Welcome back, Teddy. I see Imp and Skiz and Tango looking forward to see how this one turns out. Yeah. Because Tango is the only one currently with not in his undies, I guess. The other three are getting comfortable. Tango, I didn't find one with him in undies, so he's staying in his full attire. All right, so we have that finally, and we're gonna have to head on out. I'm gonna have to figure out some sort of plan on how to do some more of this stuff. I'm wondering if we should start doing some facial animations and start getting into that, because I think we're pretty much set on how we want a bunch of this stuff to work. Now we just need to work on some more piddly stuff, like there's going to be wind and stuff like that, but we don't need the wind because there's the audio to that. But yeah, there's just little stuffs. So we'll probably just crawl our way through with all of the mouth and facial expressions as we reach towards the end of this. Either that, or we can work on. We'll probably work on the hermit side of the body emotions, so that way I can work on the facial stuff later too. Get all of that body emotions out there. Do you have to whip up a Tango skin? I think we're gonna stick with a normal one. We're just gonna stick with a normal one. It kind of leaves an anticipation for once you see his body. It's just like, well, how did he get there? I mean, he looks normal, and then it's like, he was just doing normal things, hitting the heck out of his friends, as per usual. Let's figure out who we can raid. As per usual, you know. Alright, we are following these people, and I want to go to Twitch to make sure that I get through the advertisements so that we don't have a problem with that. Go. Okay, good, I'm muted. Don't want to hear myself. Alright, where are we headed? Where are we headed? Yeah. Go there, could go there. They're not doing anything. Alrighty. I guess we can go this way. We usually head this way, but it looks like everybody else is either sleep streaming, so look, like everybody else I know is kind of like sleep streaming, or a rather large YouTube channel that won't care if I come or go. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna head off to Andy Ray, as per usual. Andy Ray. Let's do a search. Nope. There we go. And then start raid. There we go. You too, Teddy. Be safe. Be safe, everybody. We will be back tomorrow, probably working on Tango and Skiz and Impulse and ZF. We're working on their expressions and maybe some Etho too, if we get through that. Because we'll want Etho in that little fan art, because he requested not to be in that fan art, so we're definitely going to put him in that fan art.
Ah, the power. The power. Read. Alright, let's do this. Let's do a copy, and then Fox Ox Brigade. Let's put in some emotes. If you guys have emote, go ahead and use them. I'm gonna make my own little Fox Brigade raid emote doohickey. Why do your viewers go and spam links? I have no idea what you're talking about. I wish I did. And spam links. Don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. All right, bye everybody.